Interesting, interesting, interesting. Sorry for the delay there. Um, if it's not one thing, it's the other, but it's fine. For whatever reason, the camera wasn't working, so I had to reset. Sorry, I just like, let's restart the computer, as all technicians do. And because I did that, my Stream Deck reset everything. So it's not connected to OBS. It's doesn't have any of my drops. My files, not that I had you know, a bunch of files, but all gone from the Stream Deck. All right, there we go. Here we go. Here we go. Glad to see y'all. I appreciate y'all. All right. So just a heads up, some schedule changes are coming up. This will be the last month, July, where I'll be able to stream in the mornings. So moving forward, it looks like it's going to be the earliest a 4 p.m. PST start time. And I'm doing 4. 5 would be more manageable, but I'm like 4, it's still 7 p.m. for y'all on the East Coast. So just, I'm trying to work with it. But yeah, so moving forward, it'll be a couple of changes are coming up, and it's just literally a necessity. Or wait, let me just quit this because I want to keep reaching for it. Yeah, I just need to. It's just work, you know. I gotta put in. I gotta work. So that's where we're at. I hope y'all understand. The times are tough. It is what it is. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. DFTP. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's 10:14 right now. I do prefer the earlier start times, especially because, you know, I ramble and, you know, Vic can keep track. A lot of that happens. Unfortunately, just, yeah, it kills me, but that's the way it is. And that's the only way I'll be able to continue streaming, unfortunately. All right. So I wanted to start off with this piece because we're going to watch a lot of videos. And I still want to hold on to the fact that I'm learning how to read real time on stream. All right. So we're going to start with a piece by Lath on Black Agenda Report. I did not know that, let's see, I guess it was originally published here because usually it says originally published somewhere else. And this was recommended to me. I was like, all right, dope, cool. I'll check it out. Yeah, Dario, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, believe me, it's not. I am not happy to do this. Hopefully, as the channel grows, it honestly, y'all, fucking kills me. It kills me, and my sincere apologies. Um, yeah, I'm pretty bummed, but hopefully, as the channel grows, it'll give me more opportunities to reset that schedule. Um, you know, I'm guilty of a lot. I'm guilty of a lot. Well, I wouldn't say. I was gonna say rest in peace, but more like rest in piss, right? Lindsey Graham. Yeah, I hope that y'all know I was being a little cheeky with that. But there it is. All right, let's lock in. And I appreciate all the support sincerely, especially through Patreon, and it means a lot. It means a lot. Palestine is for Africa. Excuse me. I think I read a chat. Palestine is in Africa, and Arabic people are Africans. By Laith Marouf from Free Palestine TV. Let's check it out. Much has been written about the historical camaraderie. There we go. Much has been written about the historical camaraderie relations between Palestinians and African liberation movements, as well as the similarities between the colonial histories of the two. I don't intend to address these facts. What you will read below is the undisputed fact that Palestine is part of Africa. This may sound like a rhetorical statement or one of international solidarity, but truly, it is geographically factual that Palestine is in Africa. Let us take a look at the African continental plate. It is clear that all of Palestine, Lebanon, and the coast of Syria are part of Africa, meaning Palestinians are Africans, so are Lebanese and Syrian people. Oh, it's not updating? I'm so sorry about that. Thank you so much. There we go. I guess chat wasn't moving either, maybe? I appreciate the heads up. All right, let's just start from the top then. Palestine is in Africa, and Arabic peoples are Africans by Laith Marouf from Free Palestine TV. Much has been written about the historical camaraderie relations between Palestinian and African liberation movements, as well as the similarities between the colonial histories of the two. I don't intend to address these facts. What you will read below is the undisputed fact that Palestine is part of Africa. This may sound like a rhetorical statement or one of international solidarity, but truly, it is a geographically factual that Palestine is in Africa. Let us take a look at the African continental plate. It is clear that all of Palestine, Lebanon, and the coast of Syria are part of Africa, meaning Palestinians are Africans, so are Lebanese and Syrian people. We can take it even further and actually say all Arabic peoples, not only those who are from North Africa, are African. This is also geographically factual, since the Arabian subplate is a breakaway part of the African plate. The Dead Sea fault line extends to the Great Rift Rally fault line, and they meet in the Djibouti? No. I think I just guessed that for no reason. My bad, yeah. Let's find out.
Djibouti.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. I must have read it or seen it somewhere. Would you look at that? I appreciate the Twitch chat alive today. I appreciate y'all over there. All right. We could wrap up the stream. I got one. Let's go out on the W. I appreciate you. Both the Somali subplate and the Arabian subplate are moving away from the African plate and would, in a few million years, completely detach from it. Since the Arabic-speaking people, and in fact all Semitic people and languages, originate from Somalia, and since Somali people, all those who live in the Somali subplate, are considered African and part of Africa, it is logical then to say that all Arabic-speaking peoples and all those who live in the Arabian subplate are also African and part of Africa. So one of the main reasons why I want to read this is I want to hear pushback. And obviously, I don't have my drops. So insert Hassan Piker drop here, all right? Because I do think this is an interesting take. I understand, or at least I think I understand what the message is pushing here. I don't think that I'm educated enough. I know I'm not educated enough, y'all, to really hit this the way that I should be able to and criticize it the way that I can. But I definitely wanted to bring this piece that's from 2024 to everyone's attention. And look, y'all know that I admire Lath's work. I admire his bravery, his honesty, and how direct he is. But I'm me. I'm going to be critical of anyone and everyone. But I always want to be able to actually understand what they're trying to say to the best of my abilities before presenting that criticism. And right off the bat, he says, this is not a rhetorical thing. I'm not talking about solidarity. I'm talking about an actual, so that threw me for a loop. I thought it was going to be more of a symbolic, statement. So I'm already thrown for a loop if I'm being honest with you. So I'm going to lean on y'all a little bit and just get some feedback. That is my request. And I wish I had the drops. It'd make this a lot more enjoyable. I do not know what happened. I don't know why it all got erased. Super frustrating. It is what it is. And nothing's going right. It is what it is. All right, let's get back to it. I appreciate y'all. Let's get back to the reading. Arabic peoples are African. Much effort has been spent by the white man to defame the Arabic peoples and their ancestors, while simultaneously appropriating their heritage as his legacy. Notice I use the term Arabic peoples, denoting their belonging to a cultural linguistic group and not a pseudoscience. Sorry, what? This is supposed to say science, right? But also, no, I don't think so. Pseudoscene? Hold on. Yeah, I plugged it in and it says pseudoscience everywhere here. Double typo, right? Okay, cool. I'm like, the dyslexia is getting worse. And not a pseudoscience race category of Arab, although there are Arabian peoples denoting their belonging to a geographic location, i.e. those who live in the Arabian Peninsula, like Yemenis, Ottomans, etc. I said Ottomans, Omanis. Geography and topography are the greatest shapers of culture and the course of history. In that sense, Arabic people are a product of their land and more specifically of their location at a crossroads between continents and the center of all geographically peripheral cultures. And for the fact that prior to the 1490s, there's the dyslexia. And the fact that prior to the 1490s, they had their lands where the primary conduits of the culture trade travels and transit between Asia, Africa, and Europe. Arabic people are part of the Afro-Asian cultural linguistic group, or what some would refer to Semitic Hamitic. Notice that I did not use the term race and ethnicity, both blood quantum fabrications of colonialism and white supremacy. Arabic peoples are neither a race nor an ethnicity. Rather, they are defined by their relationship with their land and language. In that sense, they belong to their geography, a vast expanse of deserts and plains with no internal natural borders obstructing the movement of people. That is encompassed by hard to penetrate natural borders of mountains, seas, and forests. Arabic peoples are the largest branch of the Afro-Asian cultural linguistic group, who all can trace their origins to Somali's northern plains, now in Ethiopia. If you follow the evolutionary science, you would know that our ancestors, Danish, the wondrous ones, Lucy, was found there, and her descendants move up the coast of the Red Sea and over the land bridge into Arabia, which extended before the end of the last ice age. And if you would like to map religious mythology onto history, one may say that even the land bridge between Somalia and Arabia collapsed. Adam and Eve were banished from heaven, and then Cain killed Abel because he didn't want to mate with a Neanderthal. Wait. What? What? Hold on. Listen to me. If there's like things that I loved when I was younger, like I was just like a bee to honey. Like a bee to honey is any form of like alternate history, like the what ifs, but mix that with like any religion, like, oh my, that to me was like, I needed that shit. Now I'm not, look, I don't even know what the fuck is going on right now. I was with him with, all right, that's a cool angle to say, hey, actually, Adam and Eve being banished, it was a metaphor for this collapse of this bridge connecting Somalia and Arabia. Like, I think that's actually super fucking interesting. Like, you got me right there. But, and I'm like, all right, that's reasonable. Okay, let's give, religious people their, all right. That's an interesting take. It'll be an interesting metaphor. I'm with that. I would love to hear more about that. But then he goes, and then Cain killed Abel because he didn't want to mate with a Neanderthal. Laith, I've been wanting to interview you for so long. Laith, I'm sorry, but I think an hour, I'm going to take up like an hour of your life discussing this sentence here. Because please, I need this lore. Like, I never got into Stargate. That was not my thing. I've always enjoyed the concept of Stargate. Same thing with like the Warhammer shit. Never got into it. It's not my thing. It requires a lot of effort that I just do not have. For a hobby is no thank you. But Lace, I mean, if you ever want to venture into like I don't know, like just make some money off of some pseudo fucking Christian white nationalists, like I don't know, I feel like we could really transform this into like Western Man, where was your true collapse, and I don't know. I feel like all those Stargate fucking Warhammer shit is about like white people, like dealing with their fucking lost history. Yeah. I don't know. I'm all over the map. I appreciate y'all. Do me a favor, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed already to the channel. Check out the Patreon, $2 gets you access to the Discord. And if you want to skip all the nonsense, the Cash App is up and running. I appreciate all the support. Thank you so much. Let's get to it. Don't forget Lucy. Yeah, exactly. So we need Scarlett Johansson somewhere in there as well, right? That's what you're referring to. The multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-race Scarlo, or whatever they call her. Warhammer is definitely fascist. Oh yeah, it is uncomfortably like fascist, but anything with a good lore, I'm in. Thousands of years of cultural exchange and intermarriages exist between East African peoples and Arabic peoples and their ancestors. For one, there is not one Somali family that is not intermarried to a Yemeni family. Thousands of years of sailing back and forth between what is now Eritrea. No. Eritrea. No, Eritrea. There we go. Eritrea. That's what it was. Djibouti, Somali, Yemen, and Hijaz? I actually never heard of this. Wow. Hold on. A mountainous region in western Saudi Arabia along the Red Sea coast. Can we just... You know what I need? This is what I need from y'all. Where can I go online where I'm not going to get 20 ads of how to pronounce things? Like, there has to be something for whatever the fuck I got, right? There has to be some accessibility thing. I'm just straight up asking. I'm in the point of my life where shit is just where it is. Hijaz? Eritrea. Thank you so much. Where I'm just like, whatever, man. I am who I am, and I'm trying so hard to get better. The cultural exchange trade, intermarriages along the Nile Basin, from Egypt to Ethiopia was as significant as the movement across the Red Sea. Finally, we cannot forget the failed invasion of Mecca by the king of Abyssinia on the day of the birth of the Prophet Muhammad, and the complete opposite 40 years later. The granting of asylum by the Christian king of Abyssinia to the first Muslims who were escaping assassins. Bringing up this issue of race at this point is crucial to understand who are Arabic peoples and what is their relation to Africa and its peoples. Firstly, the region of North and East Africa and the Arabian Peninsula and their peoples have always been a transit space with many old connections built through this human movement. The ease of the movement of peoples within this space meant that Yemenis could travel all the way to the Atlas Mountains 3,000 years ago and settle there with their archaic Arabic alphabet and become what we know as the Amazigh today. How Canaanites from Syria could rule Pharaonic Egypt? No, Pharaonic Egypt? Wow, I should not have read this online. On stream, I'm sorry. I'm getting my ass kicked left and right here. I've never heard of Pharaonic Egypt. Okay. We're like hooked on phonics, we're hooked on pharaonics. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm been thrown for a loop here. I did not expect this article to be this at all whatsoever. Or how coastal Canaanites, i.e., Phoenicians and Philistines, could ride their boats to Tunis and Algeria and found the empire of Carthage. Similarly, the ease of movement of culture and language within this geographic space meant that singular accents of Proto-Semitic could dominate the whole of the space with or without a forced political unification. The accent of the economic center within North Africa and the Arabian Peninsula defined the lengua franca of the day. When Mesopotamia was the dominant cultural and economic center, Jesus, bro, Chris. This is brutal. Why am I doing this to myself? Why am I doing this to y'all? I appreciate you so much. The Syrian accent was spoken and written in Yemen and in Tunis. But when the center shifted to Damascus, the Aramaic accent was heard in Morocco and Oman. In fact, Arabic as an accent was alive at the time of the Assyrian and Aramaic. All right, sorry. Something was certain words will activate this fucking thing. I need to turn it off. Sorry, where are we? Was the center shifted to Damascus? The Aramaic accent was heard in Morocco and Oman. In fact, Arabic as an accent was alive at the time of the Assyrian and Aramaic, but it was written in their alphabets. Essentially, Arabic is just the accent of the desert dwellers. Siri, stop. Damn, man. But it was written in their alphabets. Essentially, Arabic is just the accent of the desert dwellers, and more precisely, Mecca. I say all this to make one final point. Arabic-speaking people did not colonize and force their... Okay. Woo! All right, this is getting interesting. Aramaic? No, Aramaic. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah. No, this is brutalizing me right now. I'm getting beat down. I'm like... I'm hearing as I stumble my way through this. You're a bum, Rock. You're a bum. Like, that's all I'm hearing. I'm just like, man, let there be no mistake. I cannot have an ego when it comes to doing the streaming shit. I am forever humbled consistently in your presence, chat. Thank you so much. Now, yes, it's going to get spicy right here. So let me know what y'all think. All right. If you're catching this after the fact, let me know in the comments, please. All right. All right, this is gonna be tough. Arabic speaking people did not colonize and force their accent in North Africa. They did not genocide and forcefully displace. They just were the latest wave of movements within a natural geographic space and common peoplehood that had thousands of years of co-development. Finally, only because of the success of Islam in liberating the peoples of North Africa and the Arabian Plate from foreign occupation and domination, did Arabic become the lengua franca. Interesting. I don't know, because somebody mentioned here, oh no, colonization denial. I don't know if Black Agenda Report will let that slide. If that's what he meant. But I can understand that. I mean, that was my initial assumption there. Yeah. It's tough. Why is all of this important? Because white man was able to extract Arabic peoples from history and geography. When one mentions African people, most will not imagine Arabic people as African. And similarly, when Asian people are mentioned, Arabic people are left out of this imaginary peoplehood. Without question, Arabic people are not European and would never be included in imaginary whiteness. The largest Semitic Hamitic group, 600 million strong, second only to the Han people in global size, are expelled from human geography by a white racial imaginary boundary that literally leaves them outside of all categories, made easier to dehumanize through this erasure. Arabic people are then never to belong to their own history or geography, which is now to be colonized and usurped by the white man. All right, okay. This I'm kind of able to actually understand a bit, and I will say that the way colonizers have divided and decided not just the land, drawing the line on the sand, but peoples themselves is not by accident. That is very strategic. And I do think that we should be analyzing why it is that we normalize the categories that they've placed upon us. One of the reasons why I'm like, look, I low-key really like the word mestizo. I think it sounds fucking dope. And you can go ahead and call me a mestizo. I'm not going to get offended or, fucking, nah, I don't care. However, we do have to acknowledge that it is a Spaniard colonizer category. So, again, I have no problem with calling myself a mestizo, saying I'm a mestizo, being called a mestizo, but I do think that it is a problem that we don't have a problem with, that I don't have a problem with it. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those things where I'm like, why am I normalizing this? Now, if an indigenous person calls me a mestizo, obviously, I understand what the point that they're getting across. Hey, you are of a group of people that predominantly align with the colonizer, with the Spaniards, the Spanish or what have you, and you betrayed your indigenous ancestry, and there's a disconnect now. And I do love the whole bastards of colonization thing. Again, but with that in mind, we understand that using other Spanish caste system names is racist as fuck and offensive. But we can't remove the fact that mestizos, especially somewhere like in Mexico, have, a dominant, occupy dominant space in society. So it's one of those tricky things where, like, I never want to be like, don't call me a mestizo, how dare you, right? That's a Spaniard concept, right? That's a racist white supremacy category. Like, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is we do need to analyze this shit. So, and that's going to require some work and some search for a new way to identify, I guess. And I'm not into the whole hippie, like, we're all just human, man. Man, we're all just people on earth. Don't, borders can't separate. Like, just no. No. Hold on. No, not that. But it is an important conversation that I don't think is essential today, but it is necessary. I can't speak to your experience, but I would equate that to how I feel about the N-word. Some of my peers think it's self-abusing, but I see it as reclamation. Thank you, Jay. Mestizos literally like the N-word. I don't have my drops. People are gonna think I'm serious. All right, I got no tools to aid in my sarcasm and attempt at dry pan. But I hope I'm being understood. This is my Fredo moment here. All right. All right. Since ancient times, Europeans usurped Semitic lands and bastardized Semitic traditions, starting from the Canaanite pantheon of gods and their mythological stories, which were all usurped by the Greeks and Romans and cheaply transformed into their gods with new names. I mean, yeah, man, the whole, even like the Virgin Mary and Isis, like that whole thing is just, and I've had some, like, being in a ceremony, I've seen some creepy stuff, man. Some stuff that, because when people ask me, oh, you're, why you're an atheist, this and that, and I'm like, look, there's just no evidence. I don't believe in this stuff. And then they'll push and be like, well, haven't you experienced, do you know about ghosts or whatever, right? Spirits. And I'm like, I actually have experienced something like that. And then I explain it to them, and it involves the Virgin Mary and, the connection to Isis. And they're like, well, it didn't technically happen to you. I'm like, I was in the room when it happened. I'm not going to get into the details right now. But it's like really frustrating to get asked that question about, well, have you experienced something? I'm like, yeah, kind of. I can't explain it. But I also wasn't like It wasn't a controlled environment that I was studying. And for that reason, no, there is no God. All right. Okay. Where are we at? Okay, yes. And the Aramaic alphabet became the Greek and Latin alphabet. Then came the usurpation. Usurpation. Then came the usurpation of Judaism and Christianity. In fact, if we extract the divine from this relationship, we can understand the rise of unitary religions in Semitic cultures as a response to occupation by external forces and usurpation of culture. When the Canaanite pantheon was usurped, Ibrahim was born. When that didn't work, Moses was born. When Jewish elites collaborated with the Roman occupation, Jesus was born. God damn. Okay, all right, hold on. Look, I was iffy. And more importantly, not even iffy, completely lost for like the first part of this. But this right here, whoo, this shit, like, I'm a bad atheist. But what I will say is shit like this is like this is nice. I like this. In a poetic way. To be very clear. In a poetic way, this is dope. This is some like I haven't watched Dune. I'm not interested in watching some white dude, do a whole thing. But in this way, it seems cool. It's like a new hero rises and shit like that. I like this. Very, very, very Skywalker vibes before Disney. All right. Earlier, when I read the sand-dwelling people, I was like, yikes. I was like, cause, yeah, I went straight to Star Wars. I'm not even a Star Wars fan, but because of like the insane level of racism, I forgot what they call them. Well, I don't even know if Dune sucks. I just don't engage with it. I'm just not interested. I was like, all right, this is already too much off the top. And then you have Timothée Chalamet up front, and next to him is Zendaya. And it's like, okay, yeah, of course these brown people need your heroics and bullshit. And of course it's going to be a light-skinned woman to be up there, right? To make it even more accessible, even more digestible to a broader audience, right? That's where I'm at. And look, and no knock on Zendaya. I think, especially after watching, is it The Drama with Robert Pattinson? Just unquestionably an amazing actress, but it's kind of like, come on. All right. So, but this is where my brain went. When the Jewish elite collaborated with the Roman occupation, Jesus was born. When Rome usurped Christianity, and moved this religious center out of Palestine, Islam was born. This man might be onto something. Look, I would adore having Laith. How do I say this? Okay. Nobody take this the wrong way. I feel like Laith is like just, hey, let's just talk about Palestine. And I understand that. It's not my fault that you're fucking interesting, homie. All right? That's not on me. That's not on me, bro. I think you're like just. This is all for me. Like, I want to dig into that, but I also don't want to take away from what your work is, right? Which I understand that. That's what I'm saying. Is he cooking? Question. That's what I'm saying. This shit's fucking hard as fuck, bro. Like, this shit's. It's. I want more of this, is what I'm getting at, and I want to really like pick his brain. And I know Dr. Ball would be like. I feel like Dr. Ball will want in on this conversation, mainly so he could be like, well, actually, according to all the white debate bros, atheists that I listen to, you're wrong. Like, I would appreciate that balance, because I told you, because I like, I'm a bad atheist. Lath, if he fucking like sets this up, and like in a certain way, I'm like, fuck it, we're doing it. We're reading the fucking Quran on stream every day. Like, The fuck, I'm the worst. I'm sorry. But am I wrong? What am I wrong that that this? I don't know. This is fascinating to me, and I think Dr. Ball would have a blast with this conversation. I just also want to respect Lay's time and his mission, and not distract too much from it. No, no, we totally did not know that Islam came from Christianity. You're blowing us away with these facts. I'm not trying to be a dick. That's not even the point of what we're saying, though. You can either believe the material conditions were ripe at the rise of these religions, or you can believe that the Creator revealed the knowledge and prophets when humanity was ready for it. Either way, the result is the same. Liberation and unification was a driving force within the geographic space of Northeast Africa and the Arabian Peninsula for thousands of years. That shit might be the Holy Land. All right. That's cool. I mean, look, I want to make the argument that unfortunately we don't have the documentation in the history of, I'm sure, of similar, religious movements and the rise and fall of power of each one of those. And I'm sure, unfortunately, on this side of the fucking globe, all that shit got taken from us, burnt and destroyed, or somewhere in a fucking Vatican vault. So, all me kind of being lighthearted about this. No, I'm not falling for this. I think it's fucking badass and I love the presentation. But as I said in previous streams, these Abrahamic religions have nothing to do with me. So I'm just tuning in as a fan, I'm just watching the show from across the pond. Free Palestine, free Africa. Palestine is part of Africa and the Arabic peoples are African. And they have a common history with other African peoples. Starting from today, if you are Palestinian, Arabic, and or African, you have another reason to add to your support for the liberation of Palestine and all of Africa from European white supremacy and colonialism. If you are Palestinian and or Arabic, you must loudly declare that you are African and proud. And all Africans, you must loudly declare that Palestinians and Arabic peoples are African. Our history teaches us only through our unity could African peoples be free of colonialism and imperialism. And look, if you've been seeing what the current dragging of the Australian corpse, if you've been keeping up with the current dragging of the Australian corpse, that is Georgie, online on Twitter, this is actually more relevant than what I thought it would be in that sense. And the questioning of the identity of an Afro-Palestinian woman. So I will say this, and this is a question I'm going to pose. When talking about allowing Europeans, white men, to create these categorizations, and why I'm saying, do we need to challenge this in some sense? I'm not saying I completely agree with Lath here. I would need to do a whole lot more research. However, I do want to say that we do need to question what the goal and purpose of the way that they categorize us is meant for. Are we pulling away from accepting this premise? All right, and again, acknowledging my limitations here. Are we pulling away from acknowledging this premise because we have accepted the idea that African means black? And that anything outside of that doesn't quite fit with African. And again, acknowledging, anti-blackness. How do we balance those things out? And I'm not saying he's wrong or right. And I hate fence sitting. It's uncomfortable. But I just simply do not know enough. I do think interesting points were raised, especially in the later half of this article. And the one thing that I do want to make sure that is emphasized and why I find this article interesting is, what if Jesus was sent from the future? No, I'm kidding. The thing that I sincerely find interesting about this article is the fact that, hey, what does it mean to identify with the categories that colonizers placed upon us? I mentioned the mestizo thing. That's what I'm trying to bring to attention. I did not know this article was going to go down this route. I don't know if I would have read it on stream if I would have known, solely because I'm so lost, right? It's so out of my fucking wheelhouse or barn, whatever the fuck they say. But I hope that it at least starts a conversation or the thoughts of what it means to identify in a way that was placed upon us. And it's just the fact, like Europeans, right? Like, what the fuck is Europe? Right? That's a common one. That's a very easy thing to talk about. What the fuck is Europe? It's just Far East Asia, right? East to what, though? I have been for a while one of those people that are like, well, no, honestly, like, we need to have the African continent at the center. And that's where we all came from. The African continent needs to be at the center of any world map. It's the largest fucking continent, right? So little things like that. It's the Neanderthal capital. Exactly. All right. Let's get a move on. I appreciate y'all sticking around, and I don't know how y'all do it, to just continue listening to me battle with the English language and pronunciation. I appreciate y'all so much, sincerely. If you want to help support the channel, super chat, super stickers, memberships are turned on. Check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to the Discord. We have a good time there. Great articles are always recommended there. Great videos. And if you want to skip all the nonsense, you don't want the man skimming up the top, hit up the Cash App. I appreciate all the support. Thank you so much. And hit the like button. It's free. All right. So, a little piece about Lath. And we got to mention, for the record, this was before this was just ACAB. Before this was all cops are bastards. And suddenly, the Nepo millionaire had a change of heart. So, for y'all that don't know, this is Fergie Chamber Cox, one of the heirs to the Cox fortune. Now, Fergie has funded a lot of leftist organizations, media platforms, what have you. But Fergie is a fucking weirdo. Fergie got locked up and is potentially facing U.S. extradition. It puts me in a difficult situation, a difficult spot, because of course, that's fucked up. He's given money to good people, good organizations, and he's being punished for that. However, Fergie has used his position of power. He has used his influence through his financial support to screw people over, to manipulate things to his will, as all rich, white, powerful men do. So for me, the solution to this, spoiler alert, if it's possible, should have been that Fergie had given up his money to a trust, an organization meant to be able to spread that money without his influence whatsoever. That it would no longer be his money. That would be this organization's sole purpose of existing is to distribute that money to leftist organizations. Is that a tough ask? Sure, maybe. But at the end of the day, it'd be a whole lot better than one man, because this is what happens. But Fergie could not let go. Fergie Chambers facing U.S. extradition over dubious terrorism financing charges. From Kit Clattenburg of the Gray Zone. The Gray Zone has reviewed a sealed indictment for pro-Palestinian. See what I mean? Like, okay. It's just really frustrating, and maybe the article will expand more on this and hyper-focus on the Palestinian support. But the way that a lot of these white people, whether Fergie or Australians, have connected their identity to being pro-Palestinian and use that as a shield to deflect from criticism is really frustrating. The Gray Zone has reviewed a sealed indictment for pro-Palestine donor Fergie Chambers, who was arrested in Spain on dubious money laundering charges concocted by the Trump DOJ. His partner accuses the U.S. government of political persecution. I don't like the Gray Zone. Yeah. We're in the same fucking boat. Fergie Chambers, a communist philanthropist and heir to the Cox family fortune, has been jailed in Ibiza, Spain, on the orders of the U.S. Department of Justice. According to a sealed indictment seen by the Gray Zone, Chambers now awaits extradition to Washington on dubious federal charges of international money laundering, with the intent to provide material support to and resources to foreign terrorist organizations. If deported to the U.S., he faces up to 30 years in prison. I'll be honest with y'all. That's all I can be. I don't give a fuck if a millionaire is facing prison. What I do care about is whether or not he is separated enough from his money that these organizations that were not corrupted by him can continue to use his fucking unearned wealth. I doubt that's the case. And my question is, what prevented that from happening? What prevented, I mean, for me, this was unavoidable. This was unavoidable. That at some point, if he maintained all that wealth and was the one in control of it, I don't give a fuck about a committee that he sets up. It's his fucking money. And what I'm saying is that it should not be his money, and he should have separated from that money and then have a committee, an organization, to distribute it. On July 10th, 6 Spanish police vehicles surrounded Chambers' car while he drove through Ibiza with his family before detaining him. Since his arrest, he has been denied bail and contact with the outside world. Chambers' detention marks the first time an individual has faced extradition to the U.S. from Spain for supporting the Palestinian cause. An heir to the vast Cox family fortune, in 2023 he cut ties with his family and sold his stake in the Cox enterprise, receiving an estimated $250 million. Ooh. And I will say this, as somebody who has to change his streaming schedule because he needs to pick up overtime, it's really hard to feel sympathetic for somebody like Fergie. Vowing to use this money to fund social activism and international solidarity work, Chambers has since donated over $1 million to humanitarian projects supporting those impacted by the Gaza genocide and to support pro-Palestine activist groups and news outlets. We'll get to that shortly. We'll get to that part shortly. But understand, for a little background, I first heard of Fergie Chambers, Cox, because he started this leftist, MMA gym where no cops and no veterans were allowed. That's where I first heard of him. And I don't even think it was like from a political space. I think it was from just being online and, being addicted to like MMA at the time. I think that's how I first heard of it. But we're going to get more into his background in a bit. The sealed indictment offers no evidence that Chambers has donated any money to foreign terrorist organizations. It merely states Chambers made a numerous transfer of funds from banks in the US to banks in Tunisia, where he relocated in late 2023. It appears Chambers used those funds for seemingly legal purposes, including investing in local businesses and sponsoring a club African football team, which in May became champion of the Tunisian League Professionnel. No, sorry. I don't know how I read that, but sure. Chambers has bankrolled similar enterprises along with political and social causes since the early 2000s, including paying the bail and legal fees of imprisoned left-wing activists. Again, I'm sorry, but if you have $250 million that you did not work for, I don't applaud you for this. This is the bare minimum. This is the bare minimum. And again, the fact that you're still connected and tied to this money, that the money is still yours, is the major concern. Call me hypercritical, call me a hater. What's going to happen to that money now? Well, these organizations that you set up and small businesses that you set up still have the support with you being extradited to the US? That's my concern. If you really cared about the longevity of these projects, wouldn't you make it more difficult for that money to stop flowing? The Department of Justice is politically persecuting Fergie Chambers because he is using his wealth to support Palestine and help people facing genocide in Gaza. His crime is dedicating his life to building a better society rather than exploiting people, extracting wealth, and profit from war, Stella Schnabel, Chambers' partner, told The Gray Zone. He should be home safe with our family and continuing his important humanitarian and social advocacy, not incarcerated in foreign jail, facing effective life imprisonment back in the US. Chambers' arrest comes amidst bitter tensions between the Trump administration and Spanish government, with Washington lashing out over President Pedro Sanchez's criticism of Israel's assaults on Gaza and Iran, with his refusal to allow Washington to use his country to stage attacks on Iran. More on my horrible geography knowledge is that I'm like, why would you need Spain to attack? I'm like, why Spain? That makes no sense to my American brain. And then you look at a map and you're like, oh, it makes perfect fucking sense why they would want, Spain to cooperate here with their attacks on Iran. Chambers' arrest occurred the same day the Washington Post reported Secretary of State Marco Rubio invited senior minister. Hold on. Chambers' arrest occurred the same day the Washington Post reported Secretary of State Marco Rubio invited senior ministers from more than 60 countries to a meeting on tackling the alleged scourge of transnational far-left terrorism. Critics include some U.S. officials themselves, charged that the Trump administration is seeking to abuse powerful counterterrorism tools to crack down on left-wing activists. This plus the Pentagon, right? Sorry. What the fuck is happening, bro? Am I completely logged out of these? Fucking hope not. The Pentagon just asked for what was it? What do they ask for? Maybe it's this. House Republicans meet with Hegseth at Pentagon on $350 billion request. But what was the reason for it? It wasn't about this. It wasn't about Iran. It was something else. I can't quite remember. Maybe it was about Iran. My bad, y'all. Okay. Mm. In May, Trump's new counterterrorism czar, Sebastian Gorka, a pro-Israel fanatic exposed by the Grey Zone in November 2024 as a long-standing British intelligence asset, unveiled a new counterterrorism plan, which explicitly targets supposed left-wing extremist groups at home and abroad. A U.S. counterterror official recently told the Washington Post that targeting left-wing activists with accusations of links to foreign terrorist groups can unlock certain investigative tools, including intensive surveillance. The false conflation of Chambers' support for activism with Hamas financing fits neatly into this vision. So, I think one of the major issues, because what I was going to pull up was, I believe it was the Speaker of the House talking about the Pentagon requesting more. I don't remember it being related to Iran, but I could be mistaken. My bad. I guess the main issue is that I saw some people saying that, oh, it's the Trump administration cracking down on the left and the Jakarta method and all these things. I think the main issue is there is no left movements really that pose a real threat to the US. They're trying to create them, obviously to expand their power, their reach, their influence, to crack down on any potential like embers. But they've done unfortunately a great enough job to stomping out any armed resistant movements outside of like Hamas, outside of like Yemen, that really pose a significant threat to the status quo. And that's not to downplay it, to ignore other groups doing their thing, organizing, mobilizing the masses and what have you. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to dismiss anyone, but the reality is that, this isn't like a Cold War issue of like, hey, we have all these revolutionary movements, nationalist movements, and we need to stomp them out now. They're not there. That doesn't mean that their brutality won't find an excuse to express itself. That it has been finding an excuse to express itself, especially, the Caribbean and Latin America. But it's just, unfortunately, I think this is going to be more targeted than broad when it comes to this type of action. In June 8th, anti-ICE protesters were sentenced for a combined 450 years for their roles in a riot outside of a Texan immigration detention center. The severity of their punishments in large part hinge on prosecutors successfully arguing their use of signal to communicate, and attendance to book clubs where left-wing literature was read. Demonstrated they were part of demonstrated they were part of a coordinated terrorist conspiracy. Chambers' sealed indictment indicates the Trump administration's war on Palestine solidarity is going global. I'm sorry. I'm really uncomfortable with this Palestine angle. Especially when you include this anti-ICE thing. Like if this was happening to pro-Palestinian activists, or if you would use what has happened and is happening to pro-Palestinian activists as an example, the second half here makes more sense. Y'all get what I'm saying? So, I mean, again, I just can't stand this fool's face. But please remember, this was before solely ACAB. Well, that's why I'm blocked. Ode to John Trudell. Because I mentioned, I'm like, this guy's a creep. There's some grooming shit going on here. Let's listen to this. God. Oh, it's not even gonna let me. Give me a second, y'all. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. I'm telling you, it fucked everything over. But why wouldn't you just fucking take me there right back to it? Jesus fucking Christ, man. Sorry, give me 1 second, y'all. Should be under the replies. Okay, yeah. Give me 1 second because I'm not through. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. And that's fine. Okay. Let me see if I can find this real quick then. I've been liking a lot of this particular artist's work. But I haven't looked at their profile. I'm like, God, I hope it's not like some AI shit that I'm falling for. Yeah, see, this is what I'm confused about. Let me show y'all real quick.
There's been a lot of discussion about what's going to be included in this reconciliation bill. Can you walk through how important and how imminent it is that the Pentagon needs additional funding and what that number precisely is going to be in the Republican bill?
The question is, why does the Pentagon need this amount of money? What is the precise number? And again, for what? What is the purpose?
So the question was, can you list the specifics of what the request is for the Pentagon? We've seen it's over $350 billion as a request, and some of this is transformational kind of funding that will help us change the dynamic of the Department of War and make it more efficient and effective. It's already the greatest fighting force on the planet, not even close. But there are some ideas, a real vision on how to improve that even further, to bolster that. You've heard the president talk about how he wants to effectively double the funding for national defense. Look, we live in dangerous times. We're fighting communism on our own shores, and we're fighting evil terrorists and tyrants around the world. And we have to be able to protect our national security. So this is not the place to get into the details of that.
There's been a lot of discussion about what's going to be included in this reconciliation bill. Can you walk through how important...
We're fighting communism on our shores. The DSA is gaining steam and power. We need to put a halt to them. Yeah, all right, sure, but sure. All right, that's how it works. All right, here we go.
Last night, that multi-millionaire Cox Enterprise heir and activist Fergie Chambers was arrested recently in Ibiza, Spain, and they are working to, the United States is working to extradite him from Spain under charges of funding terrorists. Of course, there is condemnation from this from the Podesta.
Late is like, hold on, let me take a sip before I start talking some shit, which I appreciate.
Demos party in Spain. Do you have any word on this?
Yeah, I mean, look, there could be two things happening here. And I just want to say that I am against anyone being extradited to the United States.
Sorry, I'm going to try not to pause so much. But when something negative happens, or no, not even negative. Let's be very clear. Unjust. When something unjust happens to a person you don't fuck with, to a person that's done you dirty, and it's a petty motherfucker like myself, like Lath apparently, you know, there's certain things, certain little certain little things that I can pick up to be like, oh, I see you because I see myself. You woman, you. I'm already regretting reading that article, but maybe I should have read it beforehand. It's not what I thought it was going to be. But look at his face right here. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, look.
I didn't even pick this up. He's like, look, people get shot every day, B. Like, people get locked up every fucking day. Look, shit happens in the world, and I don't know. I don't know why you're bringing this up to me. I don't know what people expect me to say. Yes, sir. I love this shit. Fuck yeah. I say consistent. I don't fuck with you. I don't fuck with you, bro. That's unfortunate. The circumstances you'll find yourself in. That's tough. Do I hope you get through it? I hope everyone gets through their struggles. Too good, too good.
From the Podemos party in Spain. Do you have any word on this?
Yeah, I mean, look, there could be two things happening here. And I just want to say that I am against anyone being extradited to the United States, not only Fergie.
Yeah, you know, I hate when bad things happen to people. Any people. Not just this guy that I don't fuck with, but anyone, yeah. I like this.
Chambers, Cox. But, you know, I don't know if he will get extradited or not. If he doesn't, this definitely will give him more street cred. So this could be part of this game to re-give this millionaire who has been described to me by intelligence agents that I spoke to over the last few months here and abroad, and former intelligence agents, Syrian and Spanish and others, as the new Soros, with his activities, spending all this money on media. So according to intelligence agents that I spoke to, this man has been given the role to capture the radical media spaces around the world that are doing production in English through his donations, and then, you know, sway them on certain files away from their positionality. And so that's what we see him. He basically bought all the landscape of progressive media and is funding all of them. And so that's one thing. On the other, this is a chance for those who claim in Spain and around the world that somehow the Spanish government is pro-Palestinian to actually, you know, number one, realize they're not. Look at the actions, not the words. The Spanish government and the Prime Minister of Spain actually are, in my opinion, the Erdogan of the European Union. Erdogan is in the Muslim world, is a big talker against Israel, but is also the biggest supplier of Israel in terms of foods and many of the diapers for the Israeli soldiers and what have you, right? So Spain and the Spanish government are like that in terms of the European Union. They talk, but under the table, they are one of the biggest purchasers of Israeli weapons, and still much of the Israeli products or products going to Israel that are coming through the Mediterranean stop in Spain and Spanish ports and what have you. So this is a chance for anyone that is in Spain and is anti-Zionist to, you know, pressure the Spanish government, even if it is in the name of this Cox guy, to kind of expose the complicity. That's the chance that people have. You want to expose the complicity of the Spanish government and it's hypocrisy, the difference between his words and actions, you have a chance right now. Do I wish this guy who threatened my life openly on the internet and said he will kill me and said he will beat me and called me names and used propaganda from the Zionists and the Canadian government to, sully my name? Do I wish him to be in jail and killed? I don't wish that on anyone.
Me? Wish that on my enemies? Nah. I would not relish in that. Why am I smiling? Why do I think this is hilarious? No particular reason. No, but honestly, I do believe Lath is like, look, I may not fuck with the guy, but the state's the state. And while I'm not praying for him, I also, don't think that this power should be allowed to be used by these states on anyone. Me on the other hand, I do believe that this is just all gimmicks. No different than Hassan Piker supposedly getting subpoena. No different than Georgie supposedly getting extradited. I think it's all just fucking fugazi. I think it's just a fucking work. I don't fucking buy it. All right. Ro Khanna getting detained by the Zionist entity. Same fucking thing. It's a fucking play. It's a ploy. We'll see how things turn out with Cox. We'll see how far his millions can get him. But at the end of the day, the frustrating part is that one man gets taken, whether legitimately or not, whether work or not, he gets removed from the field, and essentially the money just stops. From my understanding, I would hope that things were done in a way that whatever happens to Cox, he's not related directly to that money and hasn't been related to that money, so that it's not an issue if he gets caught up or not. I doubt that's the case though, because men like that cannot relinquish power completely. They'll release enough of it to make it seem like they're fair and just and different, but just enough.
Especially being in the jails of the United States or the Spanish regime. Do I want to, pile up with the rest of these people that are all posting freedom to Fergie? I'm not going to do that either, right? But I will sit I will sit on the side as an observer, watching the game of the American white elite beating each other up. Fergie Chambers is a member of a despicable family, the Cox family, that made their millions propagating for imperialist and Zionist positions. And this man has taken this 250 million from his family and is using it as play money to purchase the media that could be radical around the world. And he's claiming that this is generosity. Well, this is not his money. This is blood money. The revolutionary thing to do is to go in, crash his palace, and to redistribute the money. That's the revolutionary thing to do. This man cannot clean his name and his drug abuse and his abuse of women as a guy that has money, okay, by suddenly spending some money on Palestine. No, I don't want Palestine in his mouth. I don't want Palestine to be associated with Fergie Cox.
What was I saying? The fact that these white individuals, these white fucking saviors, are being associated, almost their identity has become pro-Palestine, allows them to get away with a whole lot. Fergie is a woman beater. Fergie has legit charges of domestic abuse. Fergie is one of these sex tourist weirdos. Hold on, let me see if it's right here. Here we go. Why are you kicking a man when he's down? Because he's a multi-millionaire white man. I don't give a fuck. Free Palestine TV. Guy Gao, who read multiple books about the political economy of media and complains about media concentration in the hands of a few millionaires after seeing another millionaire try to buy out progressive media. Maybe this millionaire, drug addict, trust fund baby, is different. The funny thing is that receipts are there for anyone who cares to look. A neo-Nazi can rebrand and become a prominent socialist within 4 months in Western left spaces without ever being held to account. West accountability culture is non-existent. Let's just ignore who that's from. Right because being active sexpat on sugar daddy dating sites, using your money and wealth to buy companionship from impoverished women in various locations around the globe is culturally acceptable in the Muslim world. Hope you end up deep in a pit somewhere. Fergie Chambers, in my opinion, is a sexpat and saboteur, uses his wealth and influence in a manner that is endangered those around him. He's a communist LARPer who's fed jacketing a number of people who have tried to challenge his racist adventurism, and he fed jacketed Laith Maruth. Here's Fergie saying feeding into pink washing is asserting that Western social norms are the only correct ones. We can acknowledge the basic facts that while Muslims are incredibly kind and non-judgmental, Western expression of gender and sexuality aren't accepted in the Muslim world. That's okay. And here's the big doozy here. Ultra wealthy athlete writer seeks companionship. And I guess this is from like some weird ass sugar daddy, sugar baby website. Actually, wait, that reminds me, a friend of mine is on a sugar baby website and she found this. Yeah. You know, there's a type to these fucking people. It's the reason why Hassan Piker is able to go to a fucking Diddy party, is able to call the cops on his ex-girlfriend who's a sex worker, and everyone gives him a pass. You can just get a pass left and right here. And this is a more personal aspect with Laith. And I guess they privated their Twitter because this is gone, right? Yeah. Just to be clear, I take this death threat seriously because it comes from an unhinged white man who has $250 million to deliver on that threat. But truly, the whole colony of Canada, with all its resources, came down on me before. So did all the Jewish supremacists, global complex, and the vassal royals and presidents of the Arabic world. If I cease to exist because I'm killed by one of the many oppressors of this world who hold great wealth they never deserved, I would be remembered for my sacrifices in the path of human liberation, and my peoples who have birthed 1 million, Zanuba, Jesus, Muhammad, Nazar, and Nasrallah, will birth 1 million more and achieve liberation with my spirit among them. And, you know, before this was like protected or whatnot, it was essentially saying that nobody has a screenshot, right? That people like Laith need to be removed. All over, you know, some disagreements, and Laith continuing to call out Jewish supremacy. All right. I appreciate y'all sticking around. Do me a favor, y'all, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. If you want to help support the channel, super chats, super stickers, memberships, jewels, and gifted are all turned on. You can support the channel that way. Or you could check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to the Discord. It's a great vibe over there. The unofficial book club on Saturdays. They are currently on Meditations on Fanon's Wretched of the Earth. And it seems like, I don't want to jump the gun, But it seems like maybe open mains in Latin America will be next after that. I appreciate y'all using that space in that manner. Thank you so much. If you want to skip all the nonsense and don't want anyone to skim off the top, check out the Cash App. There we go. Check out the Cash App. Anything and everything helps. I appreciate y'all. Hit the like button. I appreciate it. All right. Actually, let me do this. I need some water. I don't know why I'm parched. But let me find something to play for y'all. I mean, it's Ryan Grimm. We gotta go with the Ryan Grimm clip, right? We gotta do that. Let me find something Ryan Grimm related that I've covered. That's old enough, but still somewhat relevant. All right. We have 111 people watching the stream with only 41 likes. Hit the like button, y'all. It costs you nothing. I appreciate it. I'm really going to have to double down on trying to push the channel's growth. I've kind of laid back. Not going to lie, just chilled and appreciate all the support that's come naturally. But things are changing, and let me find something here for y'all. I do miss when I used to do thumbnails for the streams, but it was fucking hella time consuming. But it makes finding this stuff easier. But I'll find it right now with none other than y'all's favorite, your favorite journalist, Ryan Grimm. And let's find that Emma Vigeland Ryan Grimm shit. Where is Ryan Grimm? Or should I do the more recent one? Nah, this is fine. I'll be right back. We're at 9:14 here. Appreciate y'all. Pretend to give a fuck about the global majority. Pretend to give a fuck about colonization and imperialism. It's all just fucking pretend. And the frustrating part too is, does this motherfucker even bother to look into why the population of Greenland is so small? Just like the last stream that we covered, forced sterilizations. Greenland, there was forced sterilizations of indigenous people, of Inuit women there. We've seen it time and time again, whether it's, we covered how in Los Angeles in the 90s, it was happening to Mexican women. We looked at how in Puerto Rico, the same fucking bullshit. Doesn't even bother. Doesn't even give a fuck. The population's smaller. And conveniently, the larger one is white. So, hey, I care more about that. I don't have to pretend to care about that. I actually care about it. All right. People are having a hard time understanding harm reduction here. The US war machine is a dangerous beast. If the beast is devouring 1,000 people a day, it's progress if it starts only devouring 5 a day. Doesn't mean it's good, but it's better than what it was. And this is one of the personal reasons why I hate fucking liberals, is how fucking vile and disgustingly arrogant, pompous they are. Oh, people are having a hard time understanding harm reduction imperialism because they're too fucking brown, they're too fucking black, they're too backwards, they haven't been civilized yet. So, their IQ hasn't caught up yet. So let me explain why harm reduction imperialism is actually something we should be promoting. And we should feel heartened for it. And it's just convenient that the example that it uses is, again, Ukrainians, white people. So he says, oh, the US war machine, it's a dangerous beast. If it's devouring 1,000 people a day and then it goes to, only devouring 5, that means it's good. It's better than it was. But I thought you just said that the population size that you made in comparison to Ukraine, a white country, to Greenland, a predominantly Inuit indigenous population. I'm fucking getting upset because listen how fucking ridiculous this is. Listen to how they expose themselves as fucking white supremacists. You cannot trust liberals. Okay. If he's bragging, oh, Ukraine has, what he says, 40 times the entire population of Greenland. Well, by that logic, his own fucking logic, his own justification, if the beast is devouring 1,000 people in Ukraine, but their population is 40 times that of Greenland, an indigenous Inuit population, is it as harmful as the beast devouring 5 people from Greenland a day? You get what I'm saying? You understand? Like, just mathematically, I'm not going to fucking run the numbers. I'm not a numbers guy. I'm not not going to run the numbers here. All right. Fuck Ryan Grimm. We're going to get into the portion of the stream where we're just essentially watching videos. No more. I guess I just said that's weird. You know what? Do I feed this? Do we have time? I'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow I do want to have more of it'll be more of an international day. I want to cover some stuff with Sudan, as well as an article on MS-13 that was recommended to me, and some stuff on Ecuador as well that I'm back on. Forgot to break down before. All right. Let's get to this. No more true history of Africa. No, not yet. That's coming up still. All right. Let's get to it. When Hamas PR shows up to the interview, I don't even know who this Todd Richmond is. Co-founder and former co-chair, advocating truth on Israel, fighting disinformation, pro-Israel Democrat, love America. Todd Richmond. These names are fucking hilarious. And of course, Rokana says, any fair person watching would see I disagree with Scahill again and again and called Hamas a terrorist organization and said, I did not believe that violence against Israeli soldiers or civilians is justified. I am for nonviolence and a just peace. Absolutely disgusting. So Hamas can't even engage in armed resistance against Zionist soldiers, against their occupiers. So let's look at the conversation.
Representative Khanna, I want to say, I think objectively, a lot of people who have been deeply concerned about the apartheid state of Israel, the genocide in Gaza, find it refreshing to hear a member of Congress speak in this way, and the fact that you also have used this opportunity to try to highlight specific cases of Palestinians.
What I will say is Jeremy Scahill has gotten a lot of praise for this interview. 2 things. 1, I mean, it's just basic journalism, a basic interview by a principal journalist. That's how just absolutely bottom of the barrel everyone else is. And of course, Ryan, the rape apologist, Grimm, will demonstrate towards the end, after Rokana leaves, why seeing Jeremy Scahill pursue a line of questioning and be aggressive in his interview style is so rare and celebrated, especially amongst American journalists. So keep that in mind. But what I do want to emphasize is, again, I've been very critical of a lot of individuals solely characterizing the Zionist project as an apartheid state. While it is, that is not the primary contradiction, and that should not be the focus because the focus should always lay upon the fact that it's a settler colonial project using the tool of apartheid for sure. But if we don't address the settler colonialist aspect of it, its quote unquote right to exist, we're not going to get to a proper solution of liberation for Palestinians.
I want to ask you, though, what you think the consequences for Israel should be, not just of these actions, but also for the mass murder of a documented roughly 80,000 people. It's probably much higher than that in Gaza, a significant portion of whom are children. I've heard you talk about sanctioning individuals. I've heard the framing that you and Bernie Sanders offer about offensive weapons or weapons that kill civilians, but I've also heard your defense of Iron Dome. And I want to push you on this because I think a lot of the critique of you from pro-Palestine people and from Palestinians is that the position you're advocating basically amounts to, we need to make sure that the sniper is protected so that he can continue sniping.
Well, if we look, I appreciate the question, and I will answer it specifically. But if you look at all the things I've called for, I've said zero aid to Israel and supporting the Massey Amendment that does that. That's going to be a big vote coming up this week. I've said no military sales to Israel that are used to kill civilians. I've said no military integration and led the fight to repeal Section 224 and 219, which is Netanyahu's end run, where they would just co-produce the military. I've said we should call it apartheid and recognize the genocide. So these are on a scale of 1 to 10. You know, it's like going from 1 to 7 or 8, and the debate is, okay, 9 or 10. Do I an arms embargo completely, which I have not supported, would say Israel can't even get or produce from anyone defensive the Iron Dome. And I guess my view is, you know, anyone should be able to protect civilian life, but that's not.
And again, there's no such thing as civilians. They're all settlers. They're all settlers. They're all colonizers. And what I mean by that is that their presence, their existence on Palestinian land is solely there for the objective of the Zionist project to exist and expand. All right. I don't mean it as a fucking metaphor. I'm literally, they're all colonizers. Their role is to take up space, to literally be human shields for the Zionist project. So that if they're met with any resistance, it's deemed as an illegitimate attack.
On America supporting it. I do think, though, that there is something that the next administration could do within the first 100 days. Instead of just saying, okay, we're going to talk abstractly about this long peace process, demand the arrest of Yonan Levy and extremist settlers within 100 days. Demand the destruction of every outpost within 100 days. Demand the destruction of illegal settlements within 100 days. Demand a justice for Palestinians and Palestinian people so that they stop getting terrorized within 100 days. That doesn't have to be some dialogue. That needs to be a directive from the American administration saying Israel must do this. And we need to be taking steps as we get towards a broader peace in that direction. I think that's one of the things that came out of this trip, the immediacy of the suffering of Palestinians.
I still don't think this is answering the question. I mean, tell me where I'm wrong here. What you're advocating for, we are talking about not just Netanyahu. You know, Sanders always says Netanyahu and his extremist right-wing government. But if you look at public opinion polling, there is widespread support for open genocidal policies. In fact, Netanyahu is often criticized by his political opponents for not having finished the job in Gaza or in Lebanon or elsewhere. And I want to know why it is that you are stopping on this, because so much of what you're saying, it's one of the clearest recognitions of the issue that you could hear from an American politician. And yet you still are saying, but the sniper needs to have protection.
And I will say, I think Jeremy Scahill does an amazing job at calling out the bullshit, the two sides, speaking out of both sides of your mouth, of riding the fence. And it really, I mean, it's perceived that way because how skewed media and the conversation is in the favor of the Zionist entity. But in reality, at the end of the day, like what Ro Khanna is advocating for is the continued existence of the Zionist project, the continued arming, even of defensive weapons for the Zionist entity. And that is a Zionist position.
It's not the sniper. It's saying that that we're not, just so we have, there's no ambiguity on my position, which is also the position of Sanders or AOC or others, as I understand it. It is that we have zero military aid to Israel, that we have no military sales that are used to kill military weapons that are used to be killing civilians. So that's the drop.
I would argue
no
Iron
drop.
Dome is used to kill. I would argue Iron Dome is used to kill civilians because it allows the Israelis to have this American backing to operate with impunity by openly saying that I support this military technology for Israel. What you're saying is that when Israel attacks other countries who have a right to fight back, that my position is that sniper, I wish he wasn't doing the sniping, but that sniper has a right to have United States defending their sniping.
But I don't think that that's the case. If we're stopping all military aid and we're stopping giving them the weapons to kill others, and we're stopping protecting them at the UN, and we're demanding the actions in terms of justice, I don't think that their policies, whether it's Netanyahu or another Israeli government.
Would you say this about apartheid South Africa? I've heard you talk about.
Well, because I think
give me another example where you say it's okay to continue any level of support for an openly genocidal society that has mass murdered 80,000 people, more than 300 media workers, has invaded Lebanon, has bombed Iran, and you're saying, oh, but we need to protect civilians. This isn't about protecting civilians. The greatest threat to their civilians is their policy. And so I don't understand why you have even one qualified shred of support for a sniper mass murderer masquerading as the only democracy in the Middle East.
I do think that the only reason Jeremy Scahill is able to get away with this energy, and I think it's appropriate, is because he is, at the end of the day, like a white man. And I'm not doing this all like, oh, no. I mean, if this was a brown individual, whether a brown woman or a brown man, it would be perceived as too aggressive. And I'm sure there's still going to be criticism of Jeremy Scahill in that regard, but not in the same fucking way. If it was somebody brown, and God forbid with an accent. What I will say, again, because everyone's giving this praise, we always have to remain critical. Jeremy Scahill is still, at the end of this, passionate rant of his, is still portraying the idea that, well, actually, it is the current Zionist government, not the actual existence of it, that is endangering these poor, innocent Israeli Jewish civilians. Which I'm not okay with and should not be the approach taken. I understand why he's doing it, but at the end of the day, it's still prioritizing or trying to center Jewish colonizers above Palestinians. No matter what no matter what administration is in control of the state of the Zionist project, it's still going to put its quote unquote civilians in jeopardy because it's still colonizing. It's still in the process of colonization. And it's still pushing to what they perceive to be a frontier, with, of course, the rowdy, unruly, uncivilized savages resisting the settler colonial occupation of their land. So that's never going to stop. And again, the Zionists, the founders, they knew that they were going to meet resistance. They were prepared for that. They knew that. Why are we acting like they're so fucking innocent if they already knew what was going to happen?
Or a sniper mass murderer masquerading as the only democracy in the Middle East.
Well, but I'm not saying that the United States should be supporting the funding for Iron Dome, just so we're clear. I'm saying that we shouldn't be restricting Israel from being able to get the Iron Dome or be able to develop the Iron Dome technology. Well,
I stop there. Everything else you're saying makes so much sense. Why do you stop there? It feels to me like you're trying to have it both ways on this issue. So you can say, well, I actually support defending the Israeli civilians. You're not defending Israeli civilians with that policy. You're defending the sniper's ability to keep killing because it won't face the ultimate accountability, which is a total.
Again, it's really annoying. It's really fucking annoying. Because the sniper's ability, who is the fucking sniper? The sniper is an Israeli citizen, quote unquote, an Israeli citizen, right? That's who the sniper is. Trying to draw that distinction, especially in the Zionist entity where it's, they're mandated to join the military. And I don't say that to dismiss them. A lot of, rat libs say, well, it's mandatory for them to serve in the military, yada, yada, this and that. And they try to use that as a wiggle room. Hassan Piker used that as an excuse when he was doing leftovers with Ethan and Gila Klein with H3 Productions. So just to be clear, it's the whole bullshit of Michael Brooks, be kind to people and cruel to institutions. No, institutions are made up of people. The IOF is made up of Israeli civilians. civilians.
Total embargo on all support for an apartheid. The sniper, I actually support, defending the Israeli civilians. You're not defending Israeli civilians with that policy. You're defending the sniper's ability to keep killing because it won't face the ultimate accountability, which is a total embargo on all support for an apartheid state.
Yeah, I don't think you have to put at risk. You would agree, there are innocent civilians in Israel, right? Including 20% being Arab Israelis. I mean, I just don't think that you have to put their lives at risk to achieve the ends of stopping the apartheid, stopping the occupation.
Israel puts their lives at risk. Israel puts their lives at risk by waging genocidal wars with the support of a significant portion of its population, and by enabling them by saying, well, the sniper still needs to have his cover. Or well, I stop at this thing. What you're saying is that the accountability then doesn't lie on American policy toward Israel. It's sort of something abstract. Well, Israeli civilians could die. Israeli civilians are dying in these attacks because of the apartheid. Do Palestinians have a right to kill Israeli soldiers, Congressman?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he took that approach. And Jeremy Scahill seems like a sincere individual, so it's even worse that he actually does think this way. I don't think he's using this as a talking point, is what I'm trying to get at. I think he sincerely believes, I don't know how or why people are still, in this mindset. I think a lot of them try to present themselves as rational, and they're like, hey, objectively, the Zionist project exists. They have civilians, and we need to recognize them as a state. Again, Norman Finkelstein does the same fucking thing, which is like, all right, that's your right, but don't call yourself an anti-Zionist. Let's be very clear about that. Your position is not an anti-Zionist position. In reality, it's a liberal Zionist position. And that is the unfortunate part. But we're so desperate for any pushback on these politicians, especially those chameleons like Ro Khanna, that we're praising this, I think, to almost counterproductive level. Because I'm not saying there isn't people raising the criticism that I'm raising of Jeremy Scahill's line of questioning and its perspective. I'm sure there is. I haven't seen it. But I'm trying to step away from social media. To be honest with you, it's just, I have no energy for it these days. And so my whole thing is, what is Jeremy saying here? And why is he pursuing this line of questioning that is trying to center and humanize Zionist colonizers? Now, what Ro Khanna was saying about, we need to address the apartheid and occupation, is why I'm always hypercritical of anyone focusing solely on apartheid. And when they talk about occupation, they're not talking about the occupation of all Palestinian land. They're talking about the West Bank and the settlements there. But the entirety of the Zionist entity is a fucking settlement.
On October 7th, when they attacked the military bases in the Gaza envelope, did the Qassam brigades and Soraya al-Quds have a right to kill Israeli soldiers? Yes or no?
Hit him with a yes or no. Let me go back a little bit to hear more of the question. Jeremy hit him with a yes or no. So, of course, Ro Khanna is not going to answer that directly.
Accountability then doesn't lie on American policy toward Israel. It's sort of something abstract. Well, Israeli civilians could die. Israeli civilians are dying in these attacks because of the apartheid. Palestinians have a right to kill Israeli soldiers, Congressman? On October 7th, when they attacked the military bases in the Gaza envelope, did the Qassam brigades and Soraya al-Quds have a right to kill Israeli soldiers? Yes or no? On October 7th, did Palestinians have a right to attack Israeli military bases in the Gaza envelope? Yes or no?
I mean, I think October 7th attack was a terrorist attack, so I don't justify.
Was it a terrorist attack when the first targets that were hit on the morning of October 7th were multiple military bases? Did Palestinian forces have a right to attack those military bases?
I am not for violence again in any way. I mean, I am for making sure that we end the occupation. Do they have a right to do it, Congressman? Do they have a right to attack Israeli soldiers? No, I'm not going to say that Hamas had a right to attack Israeli soldiers or kill Israelis. Like I don't think that advances peace or
to kill Israelis, mind you. Now, this question I think is legitimate within like the whole international law bullshit. I told y'all, do not base your arguments on international law. Stop that fucking nonsense. It's a super fucking liberal thing to do. You can use that as a tool, as a weapon to, like right now, to expose the hypocrisy of liberals. But for you to actually believe it or to base your understanding of liberation on international law, I think will do you a disservice and mislead you. But to use it in this way, because the answer is yes. Palestinian armed forces have the right to attack Israeli offensive forces. Ro Khanna can't even fucking say that, despite it being legal under international law. And he immediately starts muddying the waters even further and once again talking about Israeli civilians. When Jeremy Scahill has repeatedly said, the morning of October 7th, the first attacks, was that okay? Was that allowed? The answer is yes, of course.
Or advances Palestinian statehood.
Does Israel have a right to drop a single bomb in Gaza in response to October 7th?
I believe Israel had the right to get people who killed the civilians, but not in the way they went about it, which I've said is genocide.
So Ro Khanna says, well, I believe that the Zionist entity has a right to go after the individuals that caused or carried out October 7th. But he's unwilling to say that Palestinians have the right to go after the IOF and their colonizers. You see? You see how he pulls this fucking game? Mind you, this is an individual that the left, that the online white left adores. From Crystal Ball, Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar, Hassan Piker, Kyle KKK Kalinske, they all support Ro Khanna. And for them, he is one of the potential presidential nominees that they'll be supporting.
But the Palestinians don't have a right to attack the very military bases that are running the killing operations on October 6th, 2023, or October 5th, 2023. It's a double standard. You're saying there are ways that Israel should be able to kill Palestinians, but there is never a condition under which Palestinians can attack armed, uniformed soldiers of a force that is still considered an occupying force under international law. I don't make it make sense to me how those
I
two
come
things
from a
cannot
tradition
totally
of King and Gandhi. My grandfather.
Look, we're already anti-Semitic. We're already anti-Semitic around here, apparently, according to Georgie, according to Emma Vigeland. Should we just add? Because my whole thing is the whole anti-Indian thing. It's just too trendy. You know what I mean? It's just too trendy. It's all it is. It's too trendy. It's boring. It's been done. Do I really go there? But to immediately bring up Gandhi is one, fucking hilarious, but two, it's even funnier that he still cannot help himself but to bring up Martin Luther King Jr. first. Of course, the American Gandhi, right? So, in a way, he brought up Gandhi twice. Yeah. I'm definitely Gandhi phobic. Yeah, I would say so. Just another fucking weirdo creep. But that's where liberals go and hide. When they're supporting or refusing to, when they're supporting the status quo that targets indigenous, black, and brown individuals, or when they refuse to support armed resistance, even justified under international law. Where do they run and hide? Martin Luther King Jr. and Gandhi. Every single fuking time.
make it make sense to me how those
I
two
come
things
from a
cannot
tradition
totally
of King and Gandhi. My grandfather was in jail for.
I'm aware of your family history. Do you think King would say, "Well, there's certain they can attack the Viet Cong, but I don't want them to kill"?
I don't think anyone. I don't know what Gandhi would say. I don't think my grandfather would say that the Palestinians should have armed resistance to Israeli occupation. I think they would argue for a much more nonviolent approach. But America, I think, in ending aid.
Wait, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, and shout out to Two Black for his piece on nonviolence. I still have to read the second one on stream. However, I've never heard nonviolent activists say that indigenous people didn't have the right to armed resistance. The argument was always their approach was better. Their quote unquote nonviolent approach was more productive and more moral. But I never heard them say that indigenous people, liberation movements, didn't have the right to carry out that way. Am I wrong? Please correct me, chat.
In ending military sales, in not being a defender of Israel in the UN, just vetoing resolutions against Israel would make tremendous progress. I mean, you know, maybe we're on a scale of 1 to 10, and you're at a 10, and I'm saying let's go to a 6, 7, 8. I don't know where that would be. And right now, America's at a 1.
No, we're at a 10 because of a genocide that was enabled, supported, armed, and funded by the United States. And I am baffled as to how you can say that Israel had a right to drop a single bomb on Gaza in response to October 7th, but Palestinians, according to you, have no right whatsoever to ever kill an Israeli.
Palestinians have a right to justice, which is in the case. Do
they have a right to armed resistance against Israeli occupation soldiers in uniform? Do they ever have a right to kill an Israeli soldier?
I think if it's a self-defense, if they feel like.
Oh, bro, if it's in self-defense, it's all self-defense. You're facing an invading force. An invasive fucking species, colonizers. You have every fucking right to self-defense. Every single time. You're just stepping foot on their land, their home. It's all self-defense.
Have a right to kill an Israeli soldier.
I think if it's a self-defense, if they feel like there's an illegal attack on them by a violent settler or by an Israeli soldier, and that's illegal, in a school or on a civilian, and then of course they should have justice.
But the entire thing is illegal, Representative Khanna. The entire occupation of Gaza, the managing their diet, the mowing the lawn.
Fuck. I was like, oh, the entire thing. I'm like, yes, finally. The entire thing, finally, yes. Occupation of Gaza. It's like, bro, like. And the thing is, Zionists don't talk this way. Zionists do not talk this way. You have liberal Zionists who will coerce you and deceive you and make you believe that they're on your team. But, proud Zionist does not talk this way. For them, they're thinking about greater Israel. That's what they're thinking about. Oh, Rose looking over at his team, like yelling at him.
Representative Khanna, the entire occupation of Gaza, the managing their diet, the mowing the lawn, the constant killing of them. The perspective of many Palestinians is that they're being collectively punished and they're fighting for their very existence, and that the bases that surround Gaza were the primary murderers on a military level of the population of Gaza. So what I'm understanding, whether it's Hamas and Islamic Jihad or it's independent Palestinians, how is it that you can stand here and in any way justify the Israelis dropping bombs on Gaza, but never find a way in which it's justifiable for Palestinians to kill an armed soldier of a force that is under international law an occupation force? I don't understand it.
Well,
because I consider this position.
Well, I will look at it, but I don't think that the solution in that area is to encourage.
But you're afraid of being called pro-Hamas. That's what this boils down to. Because I bet if we were talking off the record privately, and I said this to you, you would acknowledge that people around the world have a right to resistance by all means necessary.
I've always been for peaceful resistance.
But how is peaceful resistance saying the Israelis?
Just like it's under segregation. I wouldn't have said that go kill people who are engaged in segregation against you. I mean, I'm much more Dr. King than Malcolm X.
Are you much more slave rebellions were justified against people that were raping, hanging, murdering Africans who had been kidnapped? I mean, I'm sorry. I spend most of my day and night talking with Palestinians, working with Palestinians. My colleague Hossam Shabbat was assassinated by the Israelis. Most of the
Palestinians I met, and maybe a few days, are not talking about the kind of armed resistance that you are. They just want to live their lives in dignity and peace and not have the Israeli settlers oppress them.
Well, why don't you meet with fucking Hamas, bro? Why don't you meet with Hamas then? Oh, the Palestinians that I met in my 2 days of being here. Yeah, they're pretty nice. They just want to get along. They told me they just want peace on earth and they're fine being neighbors with their Zionist genocider. I don't know what your assassinated journalist friend said, but the people that I met walking the streets in my curated visit, where I pretended like I was being held up. Yeah, no, those Palestinians, they're cool with this. They're cool. They want peace, you know, peace by any means necessary that are peaceful. Peace by any peaceful means necessary. Yep, that's what they told me. And this whole idea that, oh well, I'm more king than I am Malcolm X. The way that these fucking people, liberals, use and weaponize your history as new Africans should make your skin crawl. And it's so often done. It's so fucking normalized. It's like, why don't you talk about your fucking history? Why don't you smear your own fucking heroes? Is that too much to ask?
The Palestinians I met, and maybe a few days, are not talking about the kind of armed resistance that you are. They just want to live their lives in dignity and peace and not have the Israeli settlers oppress them.
But you're a member of the United States Congress who is justifying, albeit you've been very critical of Israel's war against Gaza, but you seem to be drawing a line that says that there are some cases in which Israel is justified to attack Palestinians, but only those responsible for October 7th. But you can't find a shred of justification for any Palestinian to attack the very armed forces operating under a nation state flag that is backed by the United States. And you're saying that there is no condition under which a Palestinian has a right to kill soldiers who are posted at military bases, enforcing by murder and forced starvation and deprivation an illegal occupation of Gaza. That's what doesn't make sense to me. I don't see how you reconcile those two positions.
Because I think that the armed resistance is only going to be ineffective given the power differentials. It's similar to what Gandhi thought in terms of how he took on the British Empire, and that having a moral force of civil resistance and appealing to the world's conscience is going to be much better chance of getting dignity and peace.
2019, the Palestinians organized the Great March of Return, which was a mass nonviolent mobilization at the gates of the concentration camp walls and fence in Gaza. And you know what Israeli soldiers did, Representative Khanna? They had a competition to who could shoot the most kneecaps of Palestinians.
Well, I think that
were backed by Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas. So there's a track record in the context. You're talking about tactical issues. The Palestinians have tried that. The Palestinians did.
Well, I think that I think opinion is
down.
I think opinion is shifting now in America, where those kind of approaches would get a better reception in the United States.
You know how fucking disgusting that is? You know how grotesque that is?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got
to say, well, you know, if maybe they try that again and more of them got their kneecaps blown out, I think Americans are a little bit more sympathetic now, and maybe they should do that again. Are you going to be there in the front lines? Are you going to be there marching with them? It's absolutely fucking disgusting. Donnie V, thank you so much for the super chat piece from Ansa Mag. Great show and analysis. Thank you so much. Awesome, awesome. Appreciate you. Oh, of course. Of course. Fucking of course. Tell me why the camera was changed now. Can anyone please tell me why the fucking camera would change right now? What did I do? What did I move to cause this change? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't even know what the fuck happened here. Hold on. I ruined it. I honestly don't even know how to fix this. Oh, I know how. What the fuck, man? Oh, shit. Whatever. It is what it is. All right. Thank you so much for the super chat. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to the modern reincarnation of Gandhi. Is that racist? I don't know, and I don't fucking care. If you want to support the channel, hit the like button. Super chat, super stickers are turned on. Thank you for support. Check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to the Discord. Hit up the Cash App. Thank you so much for those of you that have. Let's get back to this.
What do you think?
I totally forgot about this gross fucking part. Look at this fucking disgusting smile. I don't know if if this is like just him being a creep, him trying to use like a brown person as a shield, or both. Ugh, I totally forgot about this. Let's go back a little bit.
Opinion is shifting now in America, where those kind of approaches would get a better reception in the United States. Nasa, what do you think?
We talked a bit about this because I remember that you asked something along the lines of if Hamas was, the governing, if there was a state and Hamas was, the governing body, would we be okay with that? And I responded and said, Hamas has been very, very vocal. It's been from the beginning. Hamas would not exist if there wasn't an occupation. The second the occupation ceases to exist is the second that the need to resist ceases to exist, right? So
I mean, kind of, but the implication being of Hamas disbanding. And again, occupation seems to be unfortunately presented as occupation of Gaza, of the West Bank, and not the existence of the Zionist project as an occupation force itself. But even then, like, you still need a military. And it might not be called Hamas, the same way that like the IOF is made up of all these terrorist Jewish organizations. But it's almost a given that not only would Hamas be the governing body, but also that whatever military may come of that liberation would be made up of individuals, of members that served as armed combatants in Hamas. Just this kind of weird sidestepping vilification of Hamas in that aspect, that they'll just disappear once occupation is over. I hope some of them can find rest, can return to civilian life. But the reality is that the challenges wouldn't be over then.
See what you're saying, but I agree with Jeremy in the sense that there's a double standard to what you are saying. And you've seen yourself now that you've been to the West Bank. A lot of these parents that are talking about their kids being murdered can't even go to where their son was murdered without a bulletproof vest on. It is a violent place. Whether or not we could talk about peace, but the violence is there. And the only way a lot of times is to defend yourself. It's with violence, which is something that is stripped of the Palestinian citizen. I could be in my house and I could have 50 settlers. I talked to an American citizen in Deir de Bouen. 50 settlers came to her house, and the Israeli police said, "Why don't you defend yourself?" And she said, I would be the one that gets shot if I defended myself. So there are a lot of cases where, as much as we want to be, romantic about the situation, we have the Second Amendment here in the States, where, a lot of people would say this is the safest place in the world. Sometimes the only way to defend yourself is with, armed resistance. So I don't know. We talked about this, and I do appreciate that you were listening to people, because you had these conversations on the ground, but I do still think that there's some room there to understand that this isn't just armed resistance doesn't exist just because it's these are violent people. It's the final. We've tried the UN. We've tried the Oslo Accords. We've tried everything. In the end, this is what needs to happen.
Sexism time. No. Just notice the difference of approach, of confidence between Jeremy Scahill and Mesa Mustafa. And I think that's very unfortunate. And maybe, I don't know if I've recognized Mesa Mustafa's, but what I will say is that it seems like maybe Ro Khanna strategically redirected the conversation to her because he knew that it would be less combative than Jeremy Scahill. And immediately she's almost like tiptoeing around things and not really planning herself, because she does have the added pressure of being a brown woman. That's just a reality. And yeah, I believe she's Palestinian. Yeah. And that's just unfortunate. She said another thing there that tripped me up. Not even about the Second Amendment. It doesn't make sense, because the Second Amendment is literally there to capture runaway slaves and to resist indigenous resistance, right? For the colonizers to be able to arm themselves as they expanded out west and met resistance from the indigenous population. The Second Amendment is to steal fucking land from the indigenous people and retain that land. But there's a couple of things that she said that threw me off. It was mainly that energy of like having to tiptoe, while Jeremy can be like, no, this is it. They have the right to arm resistance. She's like, sometimes, you try things and you try them once and you try them twice. And then eventually, maybe you like have to use, like arm resist. And then that's unfortunate, because there's no reason that she shouldn't have the same energy as Jeremy Scahill. But again, I'm not excusing her, but to understand that the way that she's going to be perceived, the way that she's going to be attacked, is very different than how Jeremy Scahill is going to be perceived and attacked. It's a lot.
Yeah, I just think the question is whether shifted in American foreign policy can open the doors towards ending the occupation and pursuing justice. But I'll leave my position there.
One way I think about it is, if you're not going to acknowledge the right of, armed resistance, the playing field has to be leveled somehow. Like if we're not talking about an arms embargo, you have a state that is relentlessly violent toward a captive population. What would it take? And Congress is about to fuse the Israeli and American military, and so
Yeah, it would take stripping that provision, stopping the military sales, stopping the aid, making sure that there were trials at the ICJ to hold people accountable for the war crimes, for the genocide, and making sure that we weren't protecting Israel's apartheid or genocide in international bodies and working with other
Yeah.
countries to push for justice in the region. I guess my view is that would make significant progress.
And while you were there, just real quickly, Rahm Emanuel went to Tel Aviv at the same time that you were there. He had an interesting moment, I thought, where he said the Israeli banking system needed to be sanctioned, and any Israeli corporation needed to be sanctioned if it was at all operating in occupied territory. And his questioner pushed back and said, well, that's the entire Israeli economy. You would be sanctioning the entire banking system and basically every company in Israel. And Rahm Emanuel said, yes, we need to sanction. The S part of BDS has always been the one with the sharpest teeth. Would you?
I mean, we understand that the U.S. empire sanctions Iran, Cuba, and countless other countries that don't bend the knee because it fucking works, because sanctions have a huge impact. In fact, you could even make the argument, although I don't believe that the Zionist population has any revolutionary potential whatsoever, then, why don't you just flip the script and say, well, if you apply no sanctions, then it'll cause a situation where the people will overthrow their tyrannical government. I know this is preposterous, but I'm saying, even if you want to flip the script, the sanctions have support through these CIA lenses, right?
Would you support a full sanctioning of the Israeli banking system if there are banks that are operating?
Yeah, and I will say this, Leia, to bring up Rahm Emanuel in like 2026 is a trip. Like, I thought that guy was gone and buried.
Yeah, and government officials, and yes.
Then at that point, then they effectively can barely buy anything. They wouldn't be able to buy Iron Dome components if they'd made it indigenously. I suppose domestically they could do it, but I
haven't read the details of Emmanuel's speech, but is he calling for broad-based sanctions on all the financial institutions, or sanctions on the financial institutions who lend to the settlements?
Rose's gonna be like, nah, I don't think so. Well, that's terrorism there. Sanction terrorism.
Well, that's all of them. Or have any business whatsoever in illegal.
My guess is what you would then see is the Israeli banks cutting off the funding and the subsidies for the settlements, which would be significant. Which where the settlements would collapse, you're saying?
They would have to. I mean, I don't know how you do it without financing.
And again, still focusing on the settlements and not the entity, which is a fucking settlement in itself.
Yeah,
it'd be interesting. Anything else?
It's like we saw in real time a ladder in quality, in skill as an interviewer, as a journalist. With Jeremy, for whatever my criticism, the energy was there. Mason Mustafa, just honestly really disappointing. And Ryan Grimm just being like, oh yeah, we agree. Oh yeah, that's great. But my follow-up is we agree. That's awesome. Great job. To the rape apologist, Ryan Grimm. Great job.
Well, no, a good conversation. Also, Jeremy is very, very passionate. I would just hope that people see the Palestinian stories that we heard, the apartheid-like conditions, and the commitment to bring justice and reform. And I'm not where Jeremy is, but I'm certainly a clear outlier with a few other people on the issue and trying to bring real justice.
All right,
I appreciate very much the engagement. I know that's one thing that you're very famous for across the board. You're willing to argue.
And I actually hate that Rokana gets credited with showing up and having these conversations. That should be a given for any politician. You shouldn't be thanking them for showing up and answering hard questions. That should be normalized, not praised. Especially because Rokana does it to try and pad their record and their image to run for the president. That's it.
Well, I am a student of Lincoln, not as great, of course, but there were a lot of abolitionists, but the art of American politics, in my view, is to do what is moral, but also possible. And I'm not saying I have the right judgment, but it's not, it's not easy to build that kind of a consensus.
Well, we certainly appreciate the engagement, Representative Ro Khanna.
Appreciate it. Good seeing you. Take care.
Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Before we bring in Abdullah Al-Arian, I want to actually underline the point that he just alluded to that may escape some kind of non-Lincoln heads. So Lincoln was throughout his life anti-slavery, but he was never an abolitionist. And the difference during that period was that the abolitionists were seen to be the crazy people. Like they were the radicals. They were like outside of kind of respectable politics. You could be anti-slavery without being abolitionist. And it's very strange to, I think, from our perspective now, to understand these political distinctions.
Okay.
But
no, they were just the liberals of their time. Oh yeah, this is bad. We oppose slavery. Yeah, it's not right. It's not just, but that's just the way things are. That's just the status quo. It is what it is. We can't abolish it. We got to maintain the union. All right, buddy. In other words, Ryan Graham's letting you know that he would be in the same fucking position that Ro Khanna is, once again, just flapping his gums.
Lincoln was friends and allies with a lot of abolitionists. And so when he ran, the abolitionists very quietly kind of told all of the rest of the abolitionists, he's not going to say the things we want him to say, but he's actually with us. And that was a message that resonated actually with the South. The South believed it. And that's why the South seceded on his election. Like he didn't push them out. The South fled when he was elected. So I think what...
it's so pathetic because Lincoln literally is like, if it means keeping the Union intact, I won't do shit about slavery. And that was him fucking crying to the South to not make him the president that ended, the American project.
Ro Khanna was saying right there is that Jeremy's the crazy abolitionist. He's willing to say publicly what I actually believe, because
Jesus fucking Christ! You're saying you're even in your fucking example. You're saying that they believe in different things. That while they might agree that slavery is wrong, that they believe differently in what to do about that thing. But please go ahead and tell us what's inside Ro Khanna's heart, Ryan Graham, please.
He's willing to say publicly what I actually believe, because as he said, it's the art of building these coalitions. Like that, what Lincoln was doing was putting together a coalition that included the abolitionists towards the end of ending slavery, but he wasn't willing to go out and say it. That's what I read into that. I might be reading too much into it. And then we'll move to Abdullah. But what did you guys? I'm curious for both of your take on his responses there.
Well, in general, I mean, he's no longer here, so I don't want to continue litigating this issue. But on the one hand, I do credit Ro Khanna with being willing to engage. There have been a handful of interviews I've seen, particularly when he's gone on with people who are on the left side of the spectrum. I mean, of course, I was just watching clips of him on Fox News, and I think it's important to point out that much of the media narrative about this from the right has been calling him a liar, questioning his patriotism, et cetera. And so, but we also know that many of our colleagues in the broader independent media landscape have interviewed him, and he's talked about this. So I feel it's something that I think is not interrogated enough in our political life since the onset of this genocide in particular, but it's also the story of Palestine for a very long time, is that you have political figures from AOC to Bernie Sanders who, and with Sanders is a long track record, who try to project a certain image of being in solidarity with the Palestinian people. But you always hit a point where they carve out their own version of a Palestine exception. And so, I feel like when we have, so much of what your website is reporting, from Gaza, from the occupied West Bank, we've had colleagues murdered. We're immersed in this because we believe in it. And And so it's not like I'm just throwing gotcha questions at him. What I'm asking him is based on on actual relationships with Palestinians, knowing Palestinians who've been murdered, having Palestinian friends who've had 200 plus members of their family murdered in Gaza, looking at public opinion polling on the question of armed resistance in Palestine. You can't cherry pick and say, well, the people that I talked to as an American congressman over the course of an hour one day or a dinner one night, this is representative of the Palestinian people. I don't think many Palestinians are going to run up to Rouhana and have the first thing that they say be, we have a right to armed resistance. He's a member of Congress visiting an area of the occupied West Bank, where, as Mesa has pointed out, there are a lot of people who also hold American passports there. And so, Rouhana was doing his public service in a way that makes sense. But you can't pretend to speak in general for the Palestinian people as a whole based on some conversations you had over the course of a few days. And so all of which is to say that Rouhana should be given credit for the work that he's done on this. It's unusual to have an American political figure do what he's done, but that doesn't mean that our job as journalists is just to fluff him up.
Yep.
And
All right, first of all, no, he does not get credit for that. That should be his job. 2, he's only doing it again in preparation for a potential presidential run. So you can say, I was the only, Democratic politician that went out there and da, 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 da. So not acknowledging that or not calling that out is aiding in Rouhana's performance. You have to call that out. He's not doing this because he has any morality. He's doing this because he's a filthy fucking opportunist. But this face right here, this disgusting rape apologist face that's just once again exposed as nothing but a fluffer for the Democratic Party. For that, we have to give Jeremy Scahill some credit. It's unfortunate that they're business partners, but it is what it is. But he says it right there. It's not our job to fluff up the Democratic Party.
Rouhana should be given credit for the work that he's done on this. It's unusual to have an American political figure do what he's done, but that doesn't mean that our job as journalists is just to fluff him up.
Yep.
And so this is something that I think really needs to be put in front of people like Bernie Sanders or Rouhana, where we say, yeah, there's a lot of things that I agree with, but on this issue, I mean, I'm glad that we had this interaction, because it's clarifying to hear him say that there isn't a justification for Palestinians even to kill Israeli occupation soldiers, but there is a justification to drop bombs on Gaza. And to me, it's in the public service to have that discourse with an elected member of Congress who actually is pretty good on this issue, on most aspects of it, because many Palestinians, if they were to say what I'm saying, fear they would be arrested, or that their lives would end. You know how many messages I get from Palestinian colleagues of mine who say, you're saying things that would get me arrested. And I'm aware of that. And part of why I do ask these questions, or I interview the people that I do, or I try to report on the perspectives that I do, and we do this at Dropsite, is because it's our duty to do it.
Right. Somebody has to.
Yeah.
A couple of things I want to point out too.
And that's how you use white privilege. And that's how you should be using white privilege, especially as a man. Speak the fuck up. Obviously, a lot of criticism for Jeremy Scahill, but nonetheless, that was fucking solid.
Too, is that the West Bank, there is a bourgeoisie class, and whenever Ro pointed out that before he took this trip, if he would go on these trips to Israel, they would take him to Ramallah, he would spend some time with Abbas, they would go to a nice restaurant, whatever. The people that he saw this time, or the people that I saw him interact with, again, I keep repeating, American citizens, their experience is completely different than the people in refugee camps in Tulkarem or in Jenin or Nur Shams. And those are the conversations where he would have had, where he would have talked about armed resistance, because there are weapons there, and they've been killed not only by the Israeli military, but by the PA. And so there's more that what Jeremy's saying is correct in the sense that he had a few conversations, and I think it enlightened him. But the West Bank shouldn't be seen as just a monolith. There are multiple experiences, which is by design, that the population is very, very fractured, and everybody has their own version of the occupation. So, and the other thing is that I think we're past, my dad's generation was the generation of Palestinians are human. That was their argument to the world. It's like, just please see us as human. I think we're past that, and we're not just human. We deserve the same rights as anybody else. We deserve a military. We deserve, free access. We deserve connection to the world. It's not just to see. I think we're past the point of looking at us as just victims. It's now Palestinians are demanding. We're talking face to face now. We're not. It's not just can you protect me? And so that's. I mean, I really appreciate what we saw here today, because I don't want us to get into the practice of just applauding for people for looking and for speaking out whenever we see countries who have joined like the Hague Group that have made millions with their relationships with Israel on the side. Like we are in that point of the movement, I guess.
I think that's well said.
So we have Abdullah.
And as we're wrapping up, I mean, that energy is so fucking different. It's almost night and day compared to how she was speaking right now to how she was speaking to Ro Khanna. And again, echoing what Jeremy Scahill said and just the consequences of speaking that way. But if Jeremy is right there, keep that energy. And what Mesa is saying about the West Bank is the reason why I really do appreciate Abdul Jawad Omar and the work that he does and the writing that he does. Because it brings to attention the different worlds from the West Bank to Gaza. And those contradictions that make us uncomfortable, but provide us a lens into how settler colonial projects operate and the experiments that they're conducting for colonization. I don't know, why does he always look like he's fucking like why do you always look that way, bro? It's fucking weird. All right.
To work.
I do need a little break. Give me 1 second. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like, support the channel if you can. And I'll leave you with this, and I'll be right back.
That's why I think this is a media story,
Right.
Because I think that the irresponsibility of not reporting that led to an understanding of how the event transpired.
Jesus Christ. Not reporting that she was being flirtatious.
I'm afraid of like talking to people who are
changes
outside
the
of my
whole
race.
fucking story for Sagar and Jetty. Thank you for subscribing. Fucking abhorrent. Mind you, being flirty immediately says, no, you're not invited. That should be it. Fuck. Do me a favor, y'all. Support the channel. Hit the like. Thank you.
Which is not fulsome with the general reality. And maybe it seems like you and I are splitting hairs, but the reason why I think it's really important, and when you learn this, it really struck me, is it really reminded me of how a lot of the Me Too cases in 2017 and 2018 transpired, in which it was very obvious, it was purely on the word of one person. You could have contravening evidence of what obviously was a complicated encounter or something where, look, there's genuine, misunderstanding or, a different takeaway, and which
They're still doing it. They're still vilifying the Me Too era. Fuck, man. This is fucking disgusting. Like anything actually like transformative occurred during that.
people's lives got totally ruined. And I do think that in this case,
Thank you. The locals plays. Wow, they're really doing the red pill shit. Yeah. Yeah. Literally that. You know why? Because it's not that Andrew Tate won. It's that Hassan Piker is a sexist misogynist whose actions are normalized. So there's always been a thing on the left. So of course Ryan Grimm can get away with it. Of course Sam Cedar can get away with it. Of course Sagar and Jetty being fucking this reactionary pick-me wannabe white gets away with it.
like with Plattner, look, it looks like he's on the track to resign. And when he does, from what we know about his finances, if his rich parents don't bail him out, he has no money. And he will be branded, let's call it what it is, a rapist for all time. And that is kind of what we're talking about, beyond the political implications, but the character of the person. I don't think he has particularly good character, personally, in terms of the way that he's acted here. But, you know, politics is not a character context. Were this really then, if it was, it wouldn't be good.
No. We wouldn't have Trump as president.
Yeah, I say all of this only to say that the way that CNN did not follow up that question and Politico did not include that detail, that is willful in trying to craft a narrative. That's not what we're supposed to do.
Right.
That's why, and that's part of why I appreciate the show. We talk back and forth, we add different context, detail, understanding, and for them, you know, by printing it the way they did, I mean, as a journalist, I think the ultimate job is to always include as much understanding of an event as possible, especially one that is just something like this. Jenny is alleging a full-blown felony punishable by, a decade or plus or whatever in prison. That merits a serious understanding of how we're going to put in all the detail as much as possible, as if then we're go to trial, since they knew the direct implications of their story at the time that they wrote it. Yeah. They knew exactly how it would unfold. And what's so interesting, that, like we were saying earlier, credit to Jenny for volunteering this information. I totally agree. Perhaps she thought that maybe Plattner still had the text messages, but either way, she did not hide anything. She did not hide this at all. It is the media that decided that this was not a relevant detail to share. And like you said, none of what we're saying here is intended to say, oh, well, everything afterwards is justified. No, of course not. The question is it a relevant?
No. Of course not, guys. Nothing we're saying here is trying to muddy the waters or justify Graham Plattner's actions. No. Of course not that. But we're just saying, does this change anything for the voters in Maine?
Detail that should have been shared with readers so that as they are analyzing.
All right, sorry I made y'all sit through that. We'll be wrapping up with this story, and I think this should probably take us to 2 o'clock. Yeah, because I think we're going to skip the Graham Plattner stuff tomorrow. All right. Or Friday. I appreciate y'all. We got like 150 people across both channels, so I appreciate the support. All right. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. Again, starting next month, we're going to start doing like 4 p.m. streams. Probably like 4 to 8. Short 4-hour streams. I gotta pick up hours. That's just the reality. I gotta pick up hours. Yeah, I appreciate the support. It really helps a lot. But I'm not in a position where I could, depend on the channel yet. But I appreciate all the support. I'm just trying to be transparent with why things are changing up. Hopefully I continue to invest time into the channel and it'll grow. But until then, I just gotta get back to picking up more shifts. All right. I'm also stalling. I hope that's pretty obvious that I'm stalling for this story. All right, let's get to this.
We begin today's show with the fatal shooting of Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, the 52-year-old father, husband, small business owner, originally from Mexico, killed by an ICE agent last Tuesday in Houston, Texas, during his early morning commute to work at a construction site. First-hand accounts from the men who were also in his van that morning continue to refute claims by ICE officials that Araujo allegedly posed a threat to the agents and attempted to ram them with his van. The 3 men are currently detained by ICE and are facing deportation. They're all reportedly undocumented from Mexico and had lived in the U.S. for decades. The New York Times reports 2 of them spoke at length with Democratic Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, whose district includes Houston, and told her that the shot that killed Araujo was fired into the front passenger side window. One of the men is Araujo's younger brother, Victor Salgado Araujo. The Department of Homeland Security last week acknowledged that Lorenzo Araujo was targeted by mistake and that federal agents were in fact searching for a different person. This all comes as his family and advocates are demanding an independent investigation amidst fears the Trump administration will attempt to conceal or tamper with evidence. ICE says none of the agents involved were wearing body cameras at the time of Araujo's killing. The New York Times reports there have been at least 22 shootings involving federal immigration officers since Trump returned to office. 6 people including 3 U.S. citizens, have been killed. This all comes as the White House has demanded an increase in immigration detentions, ordering ICE officials to make at least 2,000 arrests per day. The end of June, beginning of July, there were 10,000 arrests in 5 days. For more, we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Juan Proaño, CEO of LULAC, the largest and oldest Latino civil rights organization in the United States. Juan, thanks so much.
I'm afraid of like talking to people.
Look,
who are outside of
I
my
raised it
race.
last time when we covered this story. It's one thing for the family to feel compelled to mention that he was a business owner, a job creator. Before Amy Goodman to repeat it here, I think it's completely inappropriate. I guess the only argument or defense on her behalf is, hey, I'm trying to honor the family's wishes and speak about him and remember him in the way that they feel most comfortable with. But I think after who knows how many fucking decades, she should recognize why adding that and why having emphasis on him being a job creator, a business owner, is dangerous.
For joining us. You were there in Houston. Now you're in Washington. Can you talk about what we understand at this point happened to Lorenzo Araujo?
Well, Amy, thank you so much for having me, and good morning, Juan. I think, it's been widely reported. My perspective is that ICE was casing Magnolia Park, which is a 97% Hispanic community. They were hunting for Latinos. They saw a brown man, a Latino man, driving a work truck, and they followed suit. We all know now what the deadly consequences of that are, and ICE has been, walking back every statement that they've made. They said initially it was a target enforcement action. They said that he used his vehicle as a deadly weapon. They said that, the officers acted basically in self-defense. And they've now retracted, obviously, that he was not the target. But then they stated that there were 2 other men that were targeted, and they let slip that those men were of Guatemalan descent. But everyone in that van was actually a Mexican national. There was no damage to the front end of the vehicle, the back end of the vehicle, the side panels. There's a black skid mark from the black SUV that they used to pin that car to the sidewalk. And I think most egregious of all those things was the fact that once he was on the ground prone, we've seen the videos, we've seen his cries for help. He knew that he was dying. They waited almost 20 to 30 minutes to get him an ambulance to take him to the hospital. And in that time, they took.
And pigs do this shit all the time. They stall getting an emergency response as quickly as possible, which already, if you call them as soon as you can, it's not guaranteed they're going to get there on time. But they stall on purpose in order to try and avoid any survivors. For them, it's easier to deal with a dead body than it is to deal with, a wounded person, or even worse, for their PR image, for somebody that is being sustained alive in the hospital under critical condition. Because then people are waiting and paying attention to see whether or not the person's going to survive, bringing more attention to that police department. So for them, it's easier to just allow somebody to die on the side of the road so they can start immediately washing their hands of it. It's a strategy. It's fucking murder.
Took all of his personal identifiable information off of his person. So when he was admitted into the hospital, they admitted him as a John Doe. Now, the family was there. Ronaldo was there. He was on site. I've seen the text messages with the FBI and the ICE agent between the 2 men. And they really just strung him along for hours until finally sending him to the hospital. Family had a hard time even finding him, because when they arrived at the hospital, they said that there was no Lorenzo Salgado Araujo in their manifest, in their records. It took several hours more for them to make the connection between the 2 men. And he wasn't told that his father passed away until 3 o'clock, more than 6 hours later. And sadly, because he was admitted as a John Doe, family had to go through extra hoops. They had to do a biometric forensics examination to confirm he is who we always knew he was, Lorenzo. And they didn't actually get the final determination, which was that he was killed, and it was a homicide, until the following day, almost 24 hours later. A really tragic event.
Again, all strategies meant to cause as much pain as possible. All calculated moves meant to cause as much pain as possible to torment and torture the family, to put fear in the community. It's not done by accident. It's not simply to cover their asses. It's not trying to distance themselves from the murder. It's making shit worse for the family and loved ones. That's what it is. This is a form of psychological warfare.
And it was a senseless murder on the streets of Houston.
And Juan Proaño, what's been the involvement of the Houston Police Department in this? Houston Police Chief Noé Diaz was supposed to meet with the FBI.
Well, we've been working very closely with the District Attorney's Office, with Shantir. I was there at the initial meeting. I found him to be very sincere in his condolences to the family. I found him to be very much a straight shooter and honest. And he flat out told me that they would be doing an independent investigation. They would be moving forward aggressively in doing so. But the main limiting factor was going to be cooperation of the federal agencies involved.
The way that ICE is going to be the best marketing ploy for local fucking pigs is so fucking dangerous and so terrifying. Because there's the same pinche porquería, right? The fact that you had individuals like Hassan Piker and Sam Cedar calling for local police and the National fucking Guard to defend people from ICE. It is so backwards in such a fucking contradiction that it has to be done on purpose in order to push people to once again start trusting in law enforcement.
There are multiple strings of investigation. So now we have the District Attorney General that's doing an investigation. You have the FBI that's doing an investigation. You have the DHS Inspector General that's doing an investigation. And the last investigation to be announced recently was that of Mayor Whitmer. For days and days and days, he refused to act, saying that they had no purview over the shooting because HPD basically was not involved. And while that may be true, the fact of the matter is that a resident of Houston was killed on Canal Street. And my understanding is whenever there's a shooting, whenever there's a murder, the police actually investigate. So I'm glad that they are now moving towards a full investigation. But my expectation is that their investigation will similarly be hampered by DHS, by the federal agencies, and we already know 6 days later, a week now basically since this death, that they have turned over nothing at all. No evidence, not the van, not his possessions, nothing at all.
And again, even using the word like hampered. Is that what he said? He said hampered, right? Like to be limited, to find resistance. Yeah. So as if the local fucking pigs actually want to get into it with the feds, with ICE agents, over the killing of a brown man. That's the way they're seeing it. But like, fuck it, we do that shit too. Why are we going to push and hold you accountable and pursue you when that will create a precedent to where perhaps it could come back and bite us in the ass? They're working together. They're one police force. And the longer it takes us to see that and to recognize and to treat them all the fucking same, the longer it is that we're going to be just held in this hostage situation. We need to be able to say, hey, whether you're a sheriff, a local cop, an ICE agent, or a fucking U.S. military service member, you're all the same fucking shit. You're the enemy of the people. And straight up fucking compradors.
Why weren't the agents wearing body cameras? Haven't federal authorities promised to equip ICE agents with body cameras?
Well, they certainly have all the money and all the resources in the world to do that. $170 billion allocation through the Big Beautiful Bill, another $70 billion to help carry through funding through the end of President Trump's term. My understanding is that certain states have different regulations. In Minneapolis, Minnesota, they're required to actually have body cam footage. This is Texas. It's a red state. They clearly have been slow walking the process and will probably fight it tooth and nail. So it's something that should be a national mandate at this point. Police officers are required to do so. ICE agency has, it went from 12,000 to 22,000 employees. There's absolutely no reason from a financial perspective, from a functional or implementation perspective, that they couldn't do this. And certainly our country would benefit from the transparency that would come from this.
And can you talk about Greg Abbott, the well-known Trump ally, Texas governor, how he has weighed in on this one, Pranya?
He's been silent. I mean, he has said nothing about it. Paxton has been on vacation in Europe. He has said nothing about it at all. Representative Sylvia Garcia has been an incredible advocate for the family, and the Houston community is rallying around her and rallying around the Salgudo family as well. And so what you would expect, Amy, silence from the right, outrage from our progressive democratic community, and Latinos have been rising up. They've been rising up out in the community in Houston. We ran a petition that has over 165,000 people who signed it. I'd encourage folks to go to the lulac.org website to do the same. Lorenzo's family has been fortunate enough to raise $500,000 on GoFundMe, but that will not go very far. Lorenzo was the primary provider for his family. He was paying and has paid for his three young sons to go through university, and he still has one that's in university. And so I don't believe that there will be justice here. There's nothing that will bring him back, and the only thing that we can hope for is full accountability.
And
you know, unfortunately, that hope is virtually non-existent, or not founded or based in a material reality. And what's even more frustrating is, while you have Democratic politicians coming out and trying to show face and once again using our suffering to pad their political records and image, will they hold any of these ICE murderers accountable? Will they actually dismantle and abolish ICE once they regain power? The answer to that is absolutely not.
Juan, what about the three men who were in the van with Lorenzo Salgado? What's their situation right now?
So they are in, they're in Conroe, Texas, and so, we have been engaged with them. I was actually on with Ruby Powers last night, and we were chatting. So she's representing Victor. The other two men have a different attorney. Initially, they were being pressured to sign self-deportation orders. We talked to the families and discouraged them from doing so. But it was a significant amount of pressure. My initial sense was that they were inclined to do so, first and foremost because they are undocumented, second of all because they have mixed status family households, and we're concerned about bringing any additional legal perjury, prosecution, if you will, against their own family members. And in a way, it could have been the easy way out for them. But the fact of the matter is that we need them to stay in the United States. They are witnesses to a crime. And the only witnesses to what actually happened on that day. Of all the video footage that we've collected, nothing actually shows the actual shooting itself.
Which is probably just further reason why they're getting pushed out as soon as possible. And we know that ICE has disappeared people between concentration camps. So expect no different here if they don't immediately ship them out of the country for this very same reason, that they might be able to pin this murder, this assassination on the state, on these ICE agents. And so if you get rid of them, you don't have to worry about that whatsoever. It's absolutely fucking abhorrent, but consistent with this administration, and it will not be held accountable by the next. Collective struggle, all in this ironic, giving Latinos love Trump. Yeah, I mean, just Latino itself is nonsensical, and to try and paint Latinos in the US as some type of like agreeable monolith is just exactly what they want, because we're anything but that. Other than like speaking Spanish, what do I really have in common with, Gusano from Florida? But hopefully those individuals as well that were captured by ICE are safe. We'll do this.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez as we turn to Maine, where immigration agents fatally shot a 26-year-old Colombian man on Monday as he drove to work in the city of Biddeford. The man has been identified as Joan Sebastian Guerrero, the father of a 3-year-old daughter. One witness reported seeing agents dragging him from the car after the shooting, which was also visible in CCTV footage. Another eyewitness told the Portland Press-Herald, quote, "He was bleeding profusely from the head. He was talking. He said, 'I tried to stop.' At least 4 bullet holes were seen in the car's windshield. After the shooting, another neighbor said she heard a woman screaming at immigration agents, 'You took her dad, you took her dad.' The woman was with a young girl dressed in blue pajamas, who's believed to be Guerrero's 3-year-old daughter. Another neighbor said, quote, 'I watched a wife fall to her knees looking at her husband's dead body on the ground. I watched a little girl crying with a little pink backpack on because she's never going to see her father again,' unquote.
One of the reasons why before I never wanted children is I didn't think I could handle the pain if anything were to happen to them. But then the other side of that is the damage and trauma that can be inflicted upon a child for seeing something happen to their parent. It's just catastrophic. And to know that his little girl, his daughter, was there to see him be publicly executed, to be dragged out of the car as he's bleeding out. Is just unspeakably horrific. And what accountability, what consequences will these ICE agents face, or the institution of ICE? But they tell you just vote for Democrats, just vote blue no matter who, just keep pushing that line. And that's how things are going to change. That's how this system will hold itself accountable. How many more black and brown people do they have to kill in broad fucking daylight? How many more of us do they need to arrest until we realize that we're not wanted here? We never will be wanted here. That they view us as expendable. That they don't value our lives. Before we decide to flip all the tables over and say, all right, if we can't live in peace, in comfort, in safety, then neither will anyone else. If I can't drive down the street with my family, then neither should you. If we're going to be looking over our shoulders every day in fear, then you should as well.
Maine Senator Angus King's office said the Department of Homeland Security had confirmed that Joan Sebastian Guerrero was not the target of any warrant. The Maine Immigrants' Rights Coalition said he was authorized to work in the United States and had been issued a Social Security number. His death prompted protests across Maine, including outside the offices of Republican Senator Susan Collins. Last term, she was the deciding vote in approving $70 billion more for ICE and Customs and Border Protection. The killing of
I mean, fuck, man. This is so fucking pointless and strictly performative. This is so fucking pointless and just purely performative and such a waste of fucking time and effort. But saying that or not glorifying mobilization just makes you a fucking hater, just makes you somebody that isn't doing anything, just the way that liberals just take control of any protests, of any public demonstrations, of any cause, in order to push it in a just a senseless, pointless, irrelevant, vapid end. That's what it is, just a fucking end. There's nothing there. There's nothing down that fucking road. Vote her out. All right, bro. Yeah, while we're getting slaughtered in the streets, just vote them out. Just vote them out. Yeah.
of Joan Sebastian Guerrero comes just a week after an ICE agent in Houston fatally shot Lorenzo Salgado Araujo. For more, we go to Maine, where we're joined by two guests. Isha Khan is the wife of Biddeford's mayor, Liam LaFountain. She joins us there. And in Waterville, Maine, we're joined by Nathan Bernard, a correspondent for Drop Site News. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Isha Khan, let's begin with you. Talk about what's happening in Biddeford, what you understood happened yesterday morning. I understand, in looking at the video through the day, that there wasn't even a crime scene set up. If you can tell us what you understand and the protests that have taken place and that are planned for today as well outside ICE offices in Scarborough.
The last 24 hours have been deeply painful and disturbing. Our community is hurting. A child lost her father, a woman lost her partner, and we have lost a neighbor of ours. And we are doing our best to find ways to heal and connect. Yesterday, throughout the day, there were various different gatherings, all folks from different backgrounds coming together peacefully, sharing their grief, their questions, and their worries. And knowing Maine, it's a small town, people are just disturbed and really shell-shocked to know that something like this can happen in our state, a very small state with a very small immigrant population. So this has been a time of grieving, especially in Biddeford. We are a mill city, which was built on the backs of immigrants, whether it is Irish, Catholics, Armenians. So I think just this hits home for a lot of our community members here in Biddeford.
Yes, and can you talk some about that history, that immigrant history in Biddeford? I understand the Albanian Muslims established one of the first mosques in the United States there in 1915.
That's correct. So I grew up in Texas, and my introduction to Maine was actually just that, walking around Biddeford, learning about the immigrant community who has helped build and shape this community. As a Muslim myself, this was the last place to find out that the first mosque in the United States or in North America was here, just walking distance from where I live. And I think another thing I'll just mention here, what was so moving, and I think
Respectfully, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Why should that fucking matter? What the fuck is this? Like, maybe I'm missing the bigger picture. Maybe I'm missing the bigger message. They're doing it all over this god fucking forsaken country. whether there's a historic mosque or not, whether it's a large or small immigrant population or not. I don't care to focus on us. Let's focus on the fucking enemy, on white supremacy, on these Christian white nationalists. Let's talk about their fucking history and how they never stopped doing this.
Just the irony is less than about 100 years ago on the bridge we were all gathered yesterday and today again is the exact bridge where KKK was coming from Saco, the neighboring town, into Biddeford. And it was a Biddeford community who stood side by side with their Catholic and Franco Catholic neighbors fighting against the KKK and the persecution. And that happened again last night and early.
How the fuck did it happen again? Are you? I don't know this history. You said they showed up to fight the Klan. I don't know that history. I need to look into it. But if they showed up to fight the fucking Klan and you weren't fighting these fucking pigs or the same thing, why are you drawing that? It's fine to draw the comparison, but why are you painting yourself as equivalent to those resisting these white supremacist militias?
Earlier yesterday, where communities from all backgrounds came together here in Biddeford, standing on that same bridge, asking and demanding justice for immigrants who are here today. Biddeford is one of the youngest cities in Maine, and this has just been so devastated. There are so many beautiful kids who play in our neighborhoods, and just hearing from some of the kids who are going to summer school didn't even want to get off the bus, just fearing that they don't want to be shot in the face. So this is deeply painful. It's an immigrant community and has been for centuries. And as we gathered, we're just finding ways to heal and ask for accountability on all accounts.
Now, Maine's Democratic governor, Janet Mills, and its Republican Senator, Susan Collins, are both calling for investigations. But what kind of actions did they take before this shooting and holding ICE accountable?
I think this is something that Maine has been grappling since the beginning of this year, where we have seen just the increased surge in ICE agents and ICE presence throughout our community. And while I can't speak to what their, Senator Collins or Governor Mills are doing, I can say that what I have learned and I have seen is a lot of support from our community around this. Folks are gathering. In fact, knowing Biddeford and our community, we are a aging, Maine as a whole is an aging population, and a big chunk of our workforce relies on immigrants. And in January, when ICE agents started surging, that began to surge, a vast majority of people didn't show up. And if we were at a breaking point where our hospitals were not able to operate, and it took Governor Mills, our elected officials, to work together to find ways to make sure our community feels safe. And we were given the impression that ICE is going away, but that was certainly and is certainly not the case. And yesterday was a strong reminder of what our elected officials need to do as we continue to move and for the survival of our state as we know it today.
Isha Khan.
What the fuck was his interview? What the fuck was it for the survival of our state as we know it today? What the fuck are you talking about? And look, I don't think she's a bad person. I don't think she's malicious. I'm sure she's trying her best. I don't know what the fuck to say. But with this fucking message, step the fuck out of the way.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got
Harutsu,
problem?
thank you for the super chat. This is all to appeal to white moderate. Yeah. They're even as their institutions, their guard dogs murder us, they still have to be fucking centered every single time.
is the wife of the Biddeford mayor. We're also joined by Nathan Bernard, who is a
Hold on. Sorry. She was, no, hold on. She's the wife of the mayor there?
as we continue to
I take whatever kindness and restraint I was saying earlier back. My apologies. My apologies, chat. Okay, it's the same thing with Rokana. This is just a fucking... let me send my wife out there and it'll be good PR. Nah, fuck her. Fuck her husband. Nah, I don't give a shit, man. It explains literally... Alright, I mean, this sounded more like a fucking tourist advertisement to come visit the city of Bedford than anything. Now it makes perfect fucking sense. Now it makes perfect fucking sense why it sounded that way. Absolutely fucking disgusting and abhorrent for democracy now to have her on. No wonder everything she said was fucking like either irrelevant or just so soft-handed that it made it irrelevant. Just wow. I shouldn't be surprised, but I'm still a little shocked. Her husband is a white man? No wonder they thought it was better if she hopped on to talk. Hold on, wait. Did she keep her last name for that reason? Or does he just look white? Oh my god. What the fuck? There's no fucking way, man. Wow. Wow. Yeah. What a disgusting fucking play, bro. What a disgusting fucking play. Just pathetic and disgusting. It gets fucking worse though. I did not realize this.
move and for the survival of our state as
who's a correspondent for Dropsite News. His most recent piece headlined in letter, Plattner Volunteer Network warns Dems nominee must back same agenda to win our full support. Why bring that in now with this tragedy today? Because of course what's...
Y'all were supporting a fucking war criminal neo-Nazi. A rapist. Yo, vote blue no matter who's next. So shut the fuck up.
Happening now is happening on behalf of the U.S. government. So politics really matter right now. Nathan, if you can talk about what we know at this point. You have the information relayed by the independent Maine Senator Angus King that the 26-year-old Colombian man, Joan, had been given an order that he was not the target. Now, it was Angus King who released this and not the federal government originally. And then you have these mass protests in the midst of the senatorial race, and who is senator certainly matters, with Senator Collins being the deciding vote on the tens of billions more dollars that went to ICE and CBP. Can you talk about what the people who are running right now are saying and doing? Are they participating in the protests?
Yeah. There was a vigil in Portland where several of the candidates, Nirav Shah, Troy Jackson, both attended and gave speeches calling to abolish ICE. And
Nirav Shah is the former health official.
Campaign.
Just to give global context for people who aren't following this closely, Nirav Shah is the former health official in Maine, and Troy Jackson is the logger in Maine who has also announced he wants to run.
Yeah, Nirav Shah was our CDC director during the COVID pandemic. Troy Jackson was the former Senate president, a Democrat who, like you said, is a third-generation logger. I I think there's a lot of angst. There's a lot of frustration with Susan Collins. Not only did she vote to fund ICE with another $70 billion, she was the deciding vote for that. And when that $70 billion passed, there was no accountability. I mean, just like we saw in Houston, the ICE agents there were not wearing body cameras. The ICE agents in Biddeford were not wearing body cameras. And just like Isha was talking about.
So we get the real POV shot of them being murdered. That's going to be the fucking difference maker. How many fucking camera angles didn't we have for the white woman and the white man? And what has happened to their executioners, their murderers? Nothing, right? What they want is more fucking trauma porn to put on our news feeds, to desensitize us even further. It's not like there's any real consequences when they are wearing body cameras, or if everyone around is recording every fucking possible angle of a public execution. The result's the fucking same. What they should be saying, and what we should be recognizing, is that all they're asking is for more funding for these fucking pigs. That's all they're asking for.
This is the community. Community is having to watch these folks. Community is having to document ICE's actions. And a big push from the volunteers from the Plattner campaign and voters all across Maine are that they don't think there is a way to reform this agency. They think it needs to be abolished. They think that no more funding should go to ICE. And we see when more funding does come to ICE, what happens. The funding was just released. We now have a death, a tragic death in Houston. We have a tragic death in Biddeford, Maine, a big city and a small town in completely different parts of the United States. So I think people want to hold Susan Collins accountable for her role in this. And when we look at accountability again, DHS in Boston is now going to investigate what happened here in Maine. So we have DHS investigating DHS. It's a situation where all of the candidates I shouldn't say all the candidates, the majority of the candidates that are running right now know that if they're going to get the support of the 150,000 voters who just voted for the Plattner campaign, a platform of economic populism, progressivism, built from the grassroots, that they're going to have to express intent explicitly to end the mass deportation system that we have. So it's going to become a huge issue. It already was a huge issue here in January. There was an enormous rally in Lewiston, Maine, the day that Alex Preddy was killed under very similar circumstances. And we've seen so many instances of this across the country. And I really think that now that this is
under very similar circumstances, I can't stand these fucking people, man. We're being hunted down. And executed in front of our families. Our families are afraid. And he's saying that it's similar to Alex Preddy, who chose to be there that day. Credit to him. Who chose to show up armed. Fucking idiot, didn't even use his weapon. So what's the point of showing up with it? And got a mass protest for his assassination. And you want to say it's very similar, it's the same. It's there's parallels there. Like, how so? How? Little things like that really frustrate me because it's never been the same. It's never been the same.
This has come to Maine in such a visceral, violent way that it's going to become a huge issue in the Senate campaign.
And Nathan, you talked about back in January, that's when the Department of Homeland Security initiated Operation Catch of the Day in Maine. And you talk about the arrest that happened then, and also about the change from last year to this year in ICE tactics. Before they were doing well-publicized raids with Kristi Noem, the head of Homeland Security, actually participating and bringing the media with her. Now they're actually trying to do it more quietly, but at the same time ramp up the number of arrests per day.
Yeah, I mean, I believe Amy noted that the agency, ICE, is looking to make 2,000 arrests a day. And when Operation Catch of the Day happened here in January, when the surge happened, they detained somewhere around 200 people. Only, I believe, 10 or 11 of those people allegedly had any sort of target. They were the target of any sort of warrant from ICE. Many of them were immediately pulled from their families, sent to out-of-state detention centers, and it happened so rapidly, and in that time, a very public way. I mean, it's the same as in Minnesota, where it's as much of making a spectacle and a show of these detentions in the most disgusting, gruesome way possible to show that they're getting close to hitting their numbers, that it really hasn't, in my eyes, become any less public. Now, I know that Susan Collins took credit for ending Operation Catch of the Day. Back in January, she said that this was all going to come to an end, and she took credit for it ending. On the back end of that, again, she funded another $70 billion to ICE without any strings attached. So those things are such at odds with one another, and even after the Operation Catch a Day slowed their tactics and operation, there were still hundreds of calls coming in about ICE in our communities. ICE never left Maine, and I think that what happened with Joan Sebastian Guerrero is a perfect case of showing that they never left, and they're just as violent. He was not the target of a warrant from ICE, not that it should matter, but he was literally just going to work in the morning to let his family have a dignified life, to put a roof over his 3-year-old daughter's head, his wife's head. There's so many, again, going back to community eyewitnesses accounts that have come out, not just on this case, but across the months since January, that have shown that ICE is still here, they're still active. And with the killing of Guerrero, it's so tragic that there's no way, aside from us, the people living in Maine, to show what happened here. So the operations never slowed, really. Maybe they become less public, they didn't become less violent.
We will continue to follow this, and the so-called...
Please remember this guy wrote an article about, supporting Graham Plattner. A guy that was doing worse shit in Iraq and Afghanistan. So don't fucking believe this guy. He stands for fucking nothing. In letter, Plattner Volunteer Network warns Dems nominee must back same agenda to win our full support. Supporters are drafting a policy demand letter that Maine's next nominee must publicly commit to if they want support from the largest organizing network in state history. An organizing network that was supporting, advocating for a fucking war criminal with a neo-Nazi symbol on his chest that he only replaced with the fucking Celtic dog whistle. And these people pretend to oppose ICE, but they're comfortable with worse action, worse actors, more rabid animals. As long as it's abroad and not in your streets, not in your backyard. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Hey, go watch some of this.
Client of his oyster farm.
5 minutes, 30 minutes. Check out this. It's like 5 minutes. It's an interesting thing. I don't know if we have time. I gotta make sure I'm out of here by 2 and grab something to eat. I have physical therapy next. That's where I'm at. Fuck, that's where I'm at. All right. Let's watch this. It's fine. I'll push it. It's fine.
Stop looking for a messiah in politics. It just proves that you only understand memes in terms of heroes. Hi, I'm Seema. This is Artless, where we talk about art and history in context. Today, we're going to talk about politics and the dreams we have. So, one of the things that I have noticed recently about the story of Graham Plattner's consultants. So, not Graham Plattner itself. So, if you are if you're from Maine, you're one of the 1.4 million voters who are there. This is not really about that. This is really more about the idea of national politics and where we've gone awry. So what's happened is in California, we had Eric Swalwell, and then in Maine, we had Graham Plattner, and both of them had the challenge that they were purportedly vetted, but they both had lots of skeletons in their closet. In terms of Graham Plattner, what we have seen is that the consultants have been very open about the fact that they did not care, they did not try, they just wanted a hero. They wanted a white man who would get the same excitement of Obama. How did we get here? Well, we got here because one of the things that happens on social media is that it's a much faster platform than long-form textual content. Humans are real good at understanding visuals, but
Wait, who is this? Wait, well, who's this? Wait, I only pulled this up because somebody dropped it in Discord, but I didn't know that there was a conversation. Oh, okay. Well, we'll just skip. All right, cool. Awesome. We can skip this, and I'll take back my like. Thank you for letting me know. And we'll watch this instead. Since y'all want to be anti-Brown, it's fine. No, I had no idea. Yeah. Really? I had no clue. I had actually never seen her channel before. I think somebody dropped it in the Discord. Did y'all pile on them when they dropped it? Because I didn't check. I was just like scrolling through because I know I missed something. And then I saw that, and I saw that it was like a short video. Whenever y'all drop videos and suggestions, I click on them. It's just me remembering to like pull them up. It's the difficult part. But I saw that one was 5 minutes. I'm like, oh, that's perfect. A nice little setup, little palette cleanser, something different. But hey, you know, if she triggered you, no, I'm just kidding. I have no idea what you're all talking about. And check out the Discord so you can see who dropped that suggestion. I don't want to say any names, but I think I know who it was, but I can't quite. I'm not confident enough. No. I was not. Interesting. No, I mean, I don't think that's necessary. I mean, we should be watching videos we disagree with. I just don't want to waste my time on that because this one is too much fun. All right. Well, thank you for letting me know. I guess brown women can't speak their opinions these days. All right. Let's get to this. This is a lot more fun, anyways. Fuck it.
And you're like, I've one of those weeks before we jumped on live, I was like, how have you been? And you're like, I've been better.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, I don't want to make it about me, but it.
White woman, white liberal. I don't want to make it about me, but let me tell you why it's all about me. Yeah.
It's, I'm getting a lot of online criticism right now, and some of it I don't think is very fair, but, it's the name of the game.
Holy shit. I don't think some of the criticism directed at me is fair at all. I don't think it's just. I don't think it's appropriate. Bro, biggest fucking crybaby. Mind you, please realize, Emma Vigeland did not build like her channel, her reputation online. Her parents are corporate lawyers that have sided and donated heavily into the Democratic Party. And she was able to be the intern at TYT. She refused to support the unionization efforts at TYT, and she sided with the boss, Cenk Uygur. She then jumped ship to the majority report, still defended, and experienced fucking turf transformation or revelation. and has been spewing liberal Zionist propaganda since October 7th. Is a disgusting person through and through. And has, honestly, like, it's weird, like, negative charisma. It's astonishing, really, how just bland she is. It's even hard to call her unlikable. I mean, you have to really engage and put up with her just presence in order to get to that point because of how just unimpressive she is. On her own, completely irrelevant. On her own, she'd be completely irrelevant. At least you can say Francesca, you know, was a comic. There's that.
I mean, here's the thing. You know, doing a daily show for 3 hours, you know, is like, and also talking all the time, like, there are many ways you can be cherry picked and all this. And I think that those of us who know.
And this is why Francesca, you know, what is she, like, she's half Italian and half Chinese, or no, some Asiatic Oriental. No, I'm just kidding. I need the drops to, like, you know, she's something, right? That she's used it. She's used it before. And which is fine, it's her right. I just can't remember. She is married to a Jew, though. We know that much. She's married to one of the most insidious liberal Zionists that are just profiting over the genocide of Palestinians and colonization of Palestine. And Matt Lieb. But this is an epitome of somebody who surrounds themselves and feels most comfortable with white people. Like, her friends are white, her husband's white, right? And so keep in mind, Francesca's doing what pygmies and tokens have always done. It's not your fault to their white friend. It's not you to their white friend. Life is so difficult for you to your white friend. You're always misunderstood to a white friend. They don't get you. They don't know you the way I know you to a white friend. Every single time. Your friend just came out and said they don't care if somebody's a secret Nazi. And you're like, you're just misunderstood. All right, bro.
You who followed your work, we know that, of course, the news this week that Graham Plattner, you know, sexually assaulted an ex-girlfriend, is something that, you know, you take incredibly seriously, that that we take seriously. And
that's a lie. Emma Vigeland came out in support of Andrew Callahan from Channel 5 News, formerly All Gas No Brakes, who was accused of sexual assault on multiple occasions by different women. He took like a 3-month hiatus from his like HBO special that came out, and all the allegations came out because of that. 3 months hiatus, came back and did some reporting on the border, and Emma Vigeland was like, I don't care about those allegations. He did his time. Again, the redemption arc that they have for white men is just like disappear for 3 months, or say you regret saying that, and that's it. You don't actually have to prove yourself through any action. That's what accountability is about. Showing up and proving yourself through your actions. It's not fucking easy, but it's necessary.
Obviously has already made you change your mind and called for him to drop out, and indeed yesterday he did.
I'm sorry, look at this nonsense. Look at this fucking acting. Look at this, The Times of Our Lives, or what is the white shows?
That that we take seriously, and
Right here.
obviously has already made you change your mind and called for him to drop out, and indeed yesterday he did drop out of the race for Senate in Maine.
So performative. Oh, you know, he broke your heart, and you call for his, you know, for him to drop out of the race, and Emma, this really impacted you profoundly, and you know, fuck all the, you know, people of Afghanistan and Iraq that he mass murdered and tormented. But like, Emma, you really found your soul once you saw yourself in one of his victims. Yeah, fucking great, bro.
And so I wanted to kind of talk about, yes, the fallout, because I know what you're saying about not wanting to center yourself. And I will get to kind of like, I think we should get to the meat of it. And I did want to play pieces of Plattner's, like his video saying that he's not going to, seek this election. But I think the overarching problem that I'm having is that we are stuck in such a online doom loop of who was right and who was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And this is deeply perpetuated, like just by internet culture, who's got the hot take, who's got the right take, who's the most pure. I've seen versions of this, of course, in real life when activists do this to one another. I think some of that got lifted and sort of spawned the most toxic.
Supposedly, and I'll believe her, that Francesca Fiorentini did organize back in the day. Emma has never organized, so let's just stop that shit right now. She admitted that she doesn't even go to DSA meetings, that she just pays her dues to have the card. And again, it's purity politics when you oppose supporting the guy with a fucking Nazi tattoo, multiple tours, and a mercenary. Yeah, that's purity politics for sure.
Parts of our online social media culture. And I just think it's important also, and it's very interesting, like that, it's important to know that this new information, for me at least, and I feel like, I don't know about for you, for me, it recasts the information that we had before.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, and people are completely within their right.
Hold on, remember, Emma said yeah to that. Francesca said it reconceptualizes all the other previous information, and Emma says yes. Just remember that.
To feel this way, that this was the natural conclusion of the information that they got before, whether Reddit posts, whether tattoos, this and that, right? Like that for them was like, that is smoke, there's got to be a gun, and lo and behold, here's the gun. And I don't think that you see it that way, and I don't see it that way either, but I think that like, we have to make space. Like the most important thing right now is that we believe women and survivors specifically, and that we don't run roughshod over their stories by putting up, leaders like Graham Plattner for Senate.
Right. Yeah. Agreed with a lot of what you said there, all of what you said. I think what does weigh heavy on me is just like my responsibility as a woman to our audience. I didn't think that the past Reddit posts were disqualifying because he'd apologized for them. And I think that there was an attraction to a redemption arc for me at the very least, because I think that there needs to be some of that if we are going to build the broadest possible coalition to defeat fascism and Donald Trump.
So what if he just apologizes for the rape? It worked last time, why not this time? To defeat fascism from Donald Trump. To defeat fascism from Donald Trump, you've been advocating for fascism from Joe Biden, now from Graham Plattner. You're advocating for it from Kamala Harris. But understand that these people just want the status quo. Even if that status quo is fascist, a status quo that they're comfortable in. How do you conduct a genocide and not be a fascist?
And it was his platform that I supported. So that's why I thought his candidacy was not just in terms of like the ideology that I think would make for a more just world, aligned with that vision. It was also, I think, the best chance to defeat Susan Collins, because I think that the platform is popular and what is necessary to be a serious Democratic candidate in 2026. And especially in a more idiosyncratic state like Maine, it showed like he dominated that primary, even if Mills suspended her campaign. And what has been frustrating, I will say, is that the ideological battle and the discourse that was so important that the Democratic Party has now been completely eclipsed by his selfishness, the fact that he raped this woman, and his personal conduct. And so there are a lot of people, I think, that
Hold on, she put his selfishness before the rape, and then after that, she says his personal conduct. So, like, okay, because you can make the argument that if she puts it first, it's the worst thing, and then you go down the line, or she puts it last as she builds to the worst thing. But putting it in the fucking middle, this is why I don't think that she actually believes that Grand Planner raped that woman. I don't think she does. I think she knows how she'll be perceived if she excuses this, that it'll be a step too far for her image.
That are using this moment to discipline the left after and left-wing influencers more than anybody, because it's like, what's annoying is that this is becoming this like online influencer story and making it into this drama, as opposed to like, how are like the people of Maine said this platform represented their interests, and like, are they going to get representation? And doesn't it matter that they selected him and that they cared about this campaign and that there was a volunteer army? Like, why do nobody in these liberal circles seem to care about Democratic representation for voters in Maine? They're just like excited that they get to dunk on the left after months of or weeks of DSA wins. That's what it feels like to me.
You're not part of the left. And according to y'all, the DSA never endorsed Graham Plattner. They just recommended him. And again, the victimhood complex of like, why are you guys picking on us? Or this online culture of focusing on left political commentators. Well, because you were the loudest supporters and continuously making excuses for Graham Plattner. Every single time something came out, you made an excuse on his behalf. That's why people are calling you out. People I disagree with politically. But that's why people are calling you out. Because you made excuse after excuse for Graham Plattner. That is the role that you chose to occupy. You, Emma Vigeland, you, Hassan Piker, you, Sam Cedar, you, Matt Leck. You, Crystal Ball, you, Kyle K.K. Kalinske, you name it. Yeah, I don't know why I don't care about what fucking a state with 98% white people want. I don't give a shit. I'm not surprised. In fact, I wanted him to stay in so we can once again see the true face of whiteness as you elect Graham Plattner. And like I said, if he would have won, I don't think there was going to be anything. There would have been nothing that would have stopped him from becoming president.
I mean, I don't think you're wrong there. And I think that however you came at this, whether you were someone who, but you're on the left, but you were like, nope, this is disqualifying. The tattoo, he knew, blah, blah, like, which again is a super fair position to take. To me, what seems to go above and beyond is being like, and getting, X, Y, or Z person to admit that they're a piece of shit for believing otherwise and like repenting and or turning people, it's like, I remember like, months ago asking something like fairly benign on Blue Sky. And it's like, I got torn to shreds. And Matt agreed. He was like, yeah, I went on and I just asked a question and I got like destroyed for asking a question.
Yeah, just asking questions. I don't know what the fuck you said, but here's the thing. When you start off with, I was on Blue Sky, I'm already checked the fuck out. I don't even have the app downloaded. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's not to credit or give any glorification to fucking Twitter. But come on, man. Everyone knows that Blue Sky is like the liberal fucking hellscape. But yeah, tell us how you were a victim, you were attacked online.
About Graham Plattner. And then one of, I think, the most interesting articles, and I can't remember where it came out of, but it was basically an article that was like, all the Graham Plattner scandal isn't breaking through to Maine voters. Like, right. It's all happening online, and in Maine, he's surging. People are knocking doors for him. They're volunteering for him. So of course, and I just want to name like the people who did that and have been on this campaign and have put their, time and effort and energy and hopes in this in the Plattner candidacy, just like, I feel you.
I feel
this
for
is
them so
disappointing.
Yeah.
This is so upsetting. I
feel so bad for the white people that were supporting a neo-Nazi war criminal mercenary. I just feel so bad for them. I mean, he called them fucking stupid and racist. And he was right.
I know what it's like. I mean, I don't know what it's like, but because I love California and it's a massive state, but I know what it's like to love your little state, your little thing, and feel like you really have a fucking chance of doing some shit. And then having that ripped out from underneath you, like, I have so much love for y'all who, you know, feel deceived, you know, by this.
Makes sense that she has love for 98% plus white state. Tracks.
Candidate. And I do want to play, before we get into kind of like because I think we are touching on a number of issues that I kind of want to pull out that are important. And I want to first, though, let's talk about like what happened. I mean, we don't have to talk about what happened, but let's talk about his apology / not apology dropout video. I'm going to play a little bit of it. Happened in the middle of I think the three biggest pieces of this video are denying the allegations, dropping out, and then basically saying this is a smear campaign and they couldn't let me win because the powers that be, the establishment, wanted to do this. They wanted to do this before July 13th, which is the date before, you know, that he has to drop out by for Maine to, and we can talk about later, activate a process of replacing him before the election. And that I found also to be deeply obnoxious. But maybe we can take it for parts about this.
Sure.
Let's just talk about the denial. I think, and categorically saying that that it didn't happen. What do you make, and then dropping out? We saw Eric Swalwell do the same thing. You know, I'm not trying to say they're the same person, but you know, sometimes predators come in every political stripe, sadly to call him that. But what do you make of him not sort of owning up to this in any way, shape, or form?
I'm not necessarily surprised, but I also just don't want to hear it because he's been proven to be a liar, and I just don't understand how he could have allowed this to happen when.
Okay, chat. He was proven to be a liar. Can you guess when Emma Vigeland thinks that Graham Plattner was proven to be a liar? Not when he first burst into the scene and he was calling himself a communist, a hippie, socialist online, and then walked all that shit back. Said he was just trolling and joking around. He wasn't lying then. He wasn't lying when he was calling the people of Maine racist and stupid. He wasn't lying then. And walked that back. Not a lie. Okay. So everything that looked bad, he walked back and he was honest and sincere. He wasn't lying for power. Let's find out when Emma Vigeland decided that Graham Plattner was a liar.
The New York Times piece came out that included allegations of unsettling behavior, but not of sexual assault or rape or violent assault, if you don't include grabbing, aggressive grabbing in that, which I didn't think it met the threshold of abuse in that way. But that was the most serious allegations.
But if it happened to you? Because here's the thing, like what was being described is domestic abuse. Not the worst type of domestic abuse, but very obviously unconsensual, aggressive handling. But because the individual that it was happening to was this reactionary, this Republican, you can't relate to her. So he took not just a white woman, but a liberal white woman for you to say, all right, that's enough. That was your threshold.
Heavy drinking as well. And these all were consistent with the symptoms of PTSD, which was a part of his story. So I didn't think that was disqualifying until we get an allegation of forcible rape, which is a different story. And when the Times article came out, you know, he knew that Jenny, this victim here, the survivor, was interviewed by the New York Times.
Right.
And yet he still went on Chris Hayes' show and said nothing new is coming out. He promised, he gave his word. And that was something that I believed as well. And so I don't really care what he has to say about the situation. Like, he has no credibility in terms of accurately assessing his past behavior. So I just I don't care about that.
So he totally lied to Chris Hayes, and that's my boss's friend, and my boss is filled in for him on MSNBC. So that's how I have a way in, and that's why I'm able to go on that network. So why would you lie to Chris Hayes? Because you should have known better that you were lying. And so that was my threshold. That was my line to be excuse me, liar, liar, pants on fire. Sorry. No, that is my line. That is my red line. Homie, he's been fucking lying the entire time. He was online on Reddit LARPing as a fucking communist, immediately walked that shit back. He already told us who he was when he was downplaying rape and sexual assault in the US fucking military. As a grown fucking man who already had done multiple tours. So what the fuck are you talking about? That was your red line, that was your threshold when he lied to Chris Hayes? That's what it fucking took? It's fucking disgusting. These people are just morally bankrupt and just so inconsistent the moment somebody's white. It just completely alters their brain chemistry. And holy shit, he's a fucking veteran. He has a rough voice. He's a business owner, but the business is kind of like rugged. So holy shit, Americana. Fuck off, bro. These are nationalists. These are nationalists. That's what they are. Just because they're not burning crosses doesn't mean that they're not fucking white supremacists.
The puppy dog eyes, it's just like you should probably just disappear. Like just go away for, I mean, it's so pathetic. And the campaign.
That's what we were fucking saying about him, and now you. That's what we're saying. Holy shit, just complete lack of self-awareness.
Infrastructure should take it from here on out, because it's more than one person, and there were all those volunteers and voters that said that this platform represents our interests more than the centrist milquetoast geriatric candidates platform, and that has to be carried forward in some way. And I think that's part of, you know, what is painful here is that there's a campaign infrastructure that has to be able to take this over, but he should not be making any public facing statements right now. I just, there's a narcissism, and I don't understand why he felt it was appropriate to put his face out there right now.
Now there's a narcissism. Not the guy that thought that he'd get away with publicly stating that he enjoyed massacring people in Afghanistan and Iraq, so much so that he became a mercenary. Fucking can't stand these fucking people, man. Just shameless opportunists. Shameless opportunists. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. If you want to help support the channel so we get back to the morning streams. Super chat, super stickers are turned on. Memberships are turned on. If you want to help further, check out the Patreon. $2 a month get you access to the Discord. It's a fun time there. The unofficial book club every Saturday. Appreciate what y'all are doing in that space. Thank you so much. And if you want to avoid anyone skimming off the top, hit me up on the Cash App. I appreciate all the help there. Let's get back to it.
That's a really good point. And I want to talk about the process that comes later for Maine and Mainers. I have a take on this, because something that Jenny Rassicot, his accuser, said really stuck with me, which was that how many men rely on women to keep silent in order to sort of rise to power. And, you know, she's like my age, and she was also like, I support Grand Planner's politics, and I wrestled with talking about this. And I also, you know I have friends who would vote for him. I guess for me, this story is about her. For me, this story is about people.
I thought it was about Emma Vigeland. What's going on?
Who can tell us who others truly are, and who stop staying silent about sexual assault. That, to me, has to be the story. And in order for that to be the story, I kind of disagree with you that he should disappear, because it's the same thing that I feel, and that, you know, a good friend of mine, Jenny Yang, comedian who's on tour right now, you guys check her out, comedian Jenny Yang, said about Louis C.K. It's like, if Louis wanted to actually do right by his actions, he would support women in comedy. He would, do what he can to change the culture of stand-up comedy, so that women stop feeling like they have to be in silence if a more famous guy is jerking off in front of them. Use that with our politics. If this person, who I think is clearly a broken person, who, yes, it turns out, recast the light and all of those things were, the tattoo and the Reddit post are a breadcrumb trail to even more severe, let's be real, criminal actions. He has an opportunity to actually have a little bit of a real redemption arc, not a redemption arc that gives him a seat in the most powerful body in the country, perhaps the world, but a redemption arc that actually shows who, if he is a person of character and quality. Now, Again, you might be right. He might be a narcissist and a liar and he could be ejected into the sun and whatever. But for me, and I say this, and I'm going to be honest with you, I know personally of people who have committed sexual assault in this exact same way, where they get blackout drunk and they do this.
Even Emma Vigeland, that I don't care if you're a secret neo-Nazi, is just like, what the fuck are you? Look, we're not Team Emma over here. We know this. But even Emma's like, what the fuck are you? Like, just all these people are fucking imploding for Grant Plattner. Even Emma Vigeland's like, what the fuck are you talking about? But you know, tokens are notorious for doing shit like this. They're notorious for doing shit like this, where they'll be like, hey, my wife friend just embarrassed themselves. Let me go ahead and do something more embarrassing. So, you know, all the attention can come to me, all the negativity can come my way, and they serve as almost like a shield for their white friend. It is fucking disgusting, but I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen from a distance. It is astonishing. Yeah, man, it's so gross. And also, look, the comparison doesn't make any sense. One, yeah, Sam Cedar was still good friends with Louis C.K., who sexually assaulted a lot of women. To be very clear, Louis C.K. is an established comic that till this day is touring and filling out stadiums and having specials out. And so if he were to engage in this rehabilitation and bring women up from a distance, but support them and provide platforms for them, okay, that's some form of redemption. Sure, you can make that argument. And there's a difference in the sexual assault that he carried out versus rape. And the rapist that we're talking about, Grant Plattner, what is he going to do? Like, what can he do? He's not the political equivalent of Louis C.K. in comedy, where he has that type of sway. I mean, you want him to like hire more women in his oyster farm? What is this approach that you're talking about? It makes no sense.
Oh yeah. I mean, I referenced this joke on the show the other day, but like Bottoms in the movie, Rachel Sennett's character asks the
I physically cannot. We got to skip whatever the fuck that is.
disservice to the campaign infrastructure. Like, I'm very focused, I think, on like winning power.
Winning,
you know?
winning, yeah.
That's and like perhaps I'm a jock about it, but like sometimes I just feel like sometimes leftists like don't know ball and they get distracted and they don't.
Holy shit. I hate that I don't have the drops. How the fuck is that not the widest thing ever? I just feel like leftists don't know ball. These leftists don't know ball. Sometimes you just gotta pass it to the neo-Nazi. Just fucking disgusting, bro. Same type of fucking shit that like she learned this from Hassan. She learned this shit from Hassan. The same thing that Hassan was doing that night when all the fucking DSA members won, where he was trying to call out Richie Torres. Richie, see you too, Richie. Richie. Just so fucking, like, I hate using the word cringe, but that's what they are. It's fucking pathetic.
About it, but like sometimes I just feel like sometimes leftists like don't know ball and they get distracted and they don't care about the stuff that really matters. And like, but maybe that's my own blind spot really about Plattner was I just care so much about winning. Like so many of these conversations don't matter unless we win and slow the roll of fascism. And then like, you know, his past Reddit posts of being racially insensitive. But if he were to go in the office and support.
So she doesn't care if you're a secret Nazi. She doesn't care if you harbor anti-black racism. She's still willing to give you power. Holy fucking shit, bro. She's like, well, no, you'll gain political power, but surely you'll do what I want once you have it. How's that been working out for you? And how is she not a fucking racist with all these fucking positions? And again, winning is all that fucking matters. Right, because this is all a fucking game for you.
Court issues of like racial justice, that's the stuff that matters to me, or the stuff that I wish we would focus on, and yet it gets obscured so much. So perhaps, you know, the aggressiveness with which we push back on the over focus of personal character is because I care so much about changing the country. But
Emma, you know, here at the Majority Report, you know, we ask the basic questions to hire somebody, and we'd like to ask you, what is your greatest weakness? I care too much about this country. I just want the success of this country. I know ball, and I just want this country to succeed and win. I care too much. That is my greatest weakness. Wow. So fucking brave.
it crosses a threshold, and then you have to recalibrate.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, like, I have always been 80-20 on Plattner. I've said this from the beginning. And I one thing Sam said to me when he came on my show, you know, earlier in the year was he said as an aside, like, you know, I might be biased because Graham Plattner was a fan of Michael Brooks, and he also was a fan of this show.
I might be biased because the guy that stole all my shine, who overshadowed me so greatly that I hired this bland piece of fucking Wonder Bread to replace him. Yeah. Nobody is more grateful that our great white savior saint, Michael Brooks, is fucking ashes to ashes, worm food somewhere than Sam Cedar. Nobody exposed Sam Cedar as a fucking hack more than even the limited fucking comedic ability of Michael Brooks.
And that has definitely stuck with me because I do think, and I say this with all the love, that you and Sam had rose-colored glasses on when it came to this candidate. You did. And like, it's fine. And it,
not to get into the reading the bodies shit, but like, what? How dare you say this publicly?
colored glasses on when it came to this candidate. You did. And like, it's fine. It was colored glasses on when it came to this candidate. You did. And like, it had rose-colored glasses on when it came to this candidate. You did. And that you and Sam had rose-colored glasses on when it came to this candidate. You did. And like, it's
yeah, that smile disappeared real quick.
Fine. And someone had to go hard for him and make the case. I agree with you that people don't know.
Someone had to? Somebody had to go hard for the fucking neo-Nazi. War criminal. Mercenary. Someone had to. All right. Wow. Okay.
People don't know ball clearly because they're bickering online and you know, extracting like mea culpas and wanting people to self-flagellate versus just like
wanting people to self-flagellate. Oh, holy shit. She agreed with the Ken Klippenstein piece. She agreed with the Ken Klippenstein piece. Wow. Fucking disgusting. No wonder you have rapist friends. Makes total fucking sense.
Focusing on what happens next. But I will say that, like, as someone who looks to y'all for like the wonky, you know, understanding these candidates, like, it does feel like, you know, because he was a fan, it maybe like colored your coverage of him.
I'm sure. Well, for me,
notice how delicate this little pygmy fucking, please white people be my friend, has to be. I just feel like sort of kind of maybe because he was a financial supporter or a viewer or a fan of yours. That's what he said. That's all he said, right? Actually, no, I think when Michael Brooks died, he put a post up. It's just so pathetic, man. Have a fucking spine.
added to the credibility that he wasn't a secret Nazi, and I still don't really question.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Well, for me, it added to the credibility that he wasn't a secret Nazi, and I still don't really.
Being a fan of the Majority Report added to your credibility of not being a secret Nazi? No. It confirms that he was a fucking nationalist. God damn, bro.
Yeah, I don't really question his ideology. I question his character now. And
I don't question his ideology. I question his character. Right, because those things are completely separate. Right. Holy shit, man. These people are going to give us... I mean, that's how they lead us into fascism every single fucking time. this fucking mindset.
And I will also, I will say, like, we kind of did know Ball in the sense that, like, he, before this, was a potent candidate and perhaps had the best chance to defeat Susan Collins in Gideon was.
Hold on. They're saying that they did know Ball, and they're still continuing this nonsense, by the way. Jesus Christ. Honestly, I try not to pander to y'all too much, and I appreciate all the support. I don't know how the fuck you do it. Just hearing white people just co-op your fuck everything. But I will say this. The idea of saying, well, before the rape, we were right. Excuse me, before the rape allegations came out, we were right. And to be patting yourself in the back for that is just the way that you have to view yourself and how pathetically low you have to set the bar for yourself is astonishing.
Was a disaster. I'm forgetting the name of the 2014 candidate, but she got smoked. So, like, yes, we had rose-colored glasses about him and some of this stuff, but I think, for me, I was very focused on winning, and I was convinced that he was the best candidate to do that.
Absolutely. And I think he was. I mean, that's the whole thing. He was.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that, this, and that's the other thing. And I kind of want to play this, I guess here, before we leave the sexual assault conversation and talk about.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problems?
Martin, gracias. Oh, this show is better than a movie. I mean, I appreciate the super chat.
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Access Audio, thank you so much for the super chat. Funny enough, polls stated that Plattner was up by 1 point against Collins the entire time. Exactly. God, man. Just the way these people just pretend to be experts to know ball in politics is just so fucking pathetic.
Like, I just want to play this clip for you. This is making the rounds. But, like, I'm sorry. The right they're taking this hilarious high road where they're like, I can't believe Plattner did this. It's like, motherfuckers, you guys nominated an attempted rapist that we know, and way more, fucking tips that came into the FBI that you never investigated when it comes to, say, Brett Kavanaugh, to say nothing of Donald Trump and all of the other rapists. Now, I don't want to do whataboutism because it is bad, but, like, it's just so funny that, like, that is sort of the soup and the, like, that's the name of the game. Republicans never admit that they did a bad thing. They stay in office. I've always said Congress is the last place that, like, a pedophile can still be employed, or politics, really. And then, of course, the Democrats take a little bit more responsibility, or a lot more responsibility. But you're right that this is about, so many centrists are like, see, like Neera Tanden doing this, like, and they're taking their little victory lap. Of course, Zionists are taking their victory lap because, what Plattner said about that. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, there's a much bigger conversation about how rampant these instances of, like, gray area or not gray area, like someone drunkenly, I was going to say, like, I had a boyfriend.
I can't do this. I can't do this. Y'all could watch that on your own. I can't do this, bro. Oh my God. We got to wrap up. She tells a story about how she had a friend who's had a boyfriend who would get drunk and get handsy and start groping the women in the friend group. The amount of, like, sexual harassment that apparently Francesca Fiorentini is comfortable with is a disgusting proportion. Disgusting proportion. Let me see something here.
And say that, like, I should have found the old Reddit post disqualifying, even though he apologized for them. I don't agree with that at all. I still don't agree with that. Right. I think, to your point, we have to give people a path to change. And
hold on. I do want to get to the secret Nazi thing. Hold on. I think she said, like, poorly worded. No, let's see. Nazis, just straight up. Oh, here it is.
It's being said in some corners of the internet that I'm racist for, because I said on this podcast.
This is the corner over here. This is the corner right here.
Like, what's happening right now, which I don't really fully think is fair, is, like, I'm also being said. It's being said in some corners of the internet that I'm racist for, because I said on this podcast that I don't care if AOC or Bernie are secret Nazis as long as they vote the right way, basically, like as a hyperbolic way to make my point. Perhaps I could have said it more artfully, but
Mind you, she's still laughing when she says this. Look at her.
because I said on this podcast that I don't care if AOC or Bernie are secret Nazis as long as they vote the right way, basically, like as a hyperbolic way to make my point. Perhaps I could have said it more artfully, but my point is that I don't care that much about personal character up to a point. I think it's puritanical sometimes in this society.
It's puritanical to be a fucking racist neo-Nazi war criminal. To call it out. To call somebody out as a racist war criminal. Yeah.
And it's a lot of people throwing stones when they live in the glass houses that will never be, that are on, I guess they're on top of a pile of money, so you can't reach it with a stone or something like that to throw and shatter their house. Like, because the overfocus, there is an overfocus on the personal conduct of left-wing candidates as a way to smear them and disparage them. And that scrutiny doesn't necessarily get applied to centrist candidates. I mean, look, I will say, like, the example of Swalwell, he was in Congress for a long time. He was known to be a creeper and a bad guy for a long time. And then it didn't. He was known to be a creeper and a bad guy for a long time. Oh, okay, but not the multiple tours in Iraq and Afghanistan mercenary guy with a neo-Nazi tattoo. Oh, shit, my bad. Oh, okay, yes. How would we have ever known that he was going to be a bad guy? How could we have seen this coming? Wow. Absolutely fucking disgusting and pathetic. But what do you expect from Emma Vigeland, the Majority Report, and that entire crew over there? What can you possibly expect from them? It's the same fucking thing every time. It's the same fucking thing every time. They cannot hold themselves accountable. They just can't. I gotta tap out. You already went further than what I was supposed to. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the support. I really do, sincerely. I know things are gonna change a little bit with the streams. Shit's a little tight right now. It is what it is, but all your help and support really makes things easier, so I appreciate that. Hopefully the channel can still keep growing despite the time change. Jeez. All right, but I am rushing out as usual. Do me a favor, y'all. Support the channel. Thank you for all the super chats, super stickers, the memberships, the gifted, all that stuff. I appreciate it. All the Patreon supporters, I appreciate y'all. $2 gets you access to the Discord. Please check that out. And anyone hitting me up on the Cash App, thank you so much. That's just direct. Nobody gets a cut, so I appreciate that. That always helps. Remember what Glenn Ford told us: organize with eyes wide open. And as always, The Beast by John Trudell. In a wisp of smoke, down on the corner, there was this cat named Fortunately, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what storytellers said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy man, little girl woman, no big deal, nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine, feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Stranger are those walls built to hide, stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face, thoughts, his favorite breeding place. In the race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. Yes, Duval.